Hello there, my sleepy hearts. Tonight, we wander into the ancient world of vampire lore, a realm older than time itself, where myths breathe beneath the moonlight, and shadows whisper secrets no mortal was meant to hear. Long before Edward Cullen stepped into the light of Forks, these stories lived in silence. Tales of bloodlines, eternal love, and the unbearable weight of immortality. But what if Twilight wasn't just a story? What if its roots stretch back to the oldest legends, hidden between truth and imagination? So, close your eyes, my dreamers. Feel the mist of the Pacific Northwest settle on your skin, the forest breathing softly around you as we drift through crypts of forgotten tales and candlelit myths, where sleep and eternity intertwine, and the vampires awaken once more beneath the blood moon's glow. The transformation from human to vampire is not instantaneous. It does not happen with a simple bite in the darkness, exchange of blood, or a whispered incantation. The process is far more brutal, far more absolute. It begins with venom, a substance that flows through vampire veins in place of blood, a liquid that rewrites the very essence of human biology. When vampire venom enters the human bloodstream, whether through a bite or any breach in the skin, the transformation begins. And once it begins, there is no stopping it. The venom spreads through the body systematically, methodically, rewriting every cell it encounters. It moves through the bloodstream first, carried by the heart's final beats to every corner of the body. The heart continues pumping for a time, distributing the venom even as the venom begins its work of transformation. But the venom doesn't simply alter cells. It replaces them, transforms them into something fundamentally different. Human tissue becomes vampire tissue, organic and alive, but no longer quite biological in the way we understand it. The process is thorough, absolute, leaving nothing of the original human physiology intact. What makes this transformation particularly horrific is the pain. The venom doesn't numb sensation. It amplifies it. As it spreads through the body, it creates a burning sensation so intense that those who have experienced it describe it as being burned alive from the inside. Every nerve ending fires at once, sending signals of agony to a brain that remains conscious throughout the entire ordeal. The transformation takes 3 days, 72 hours of unrelenting, unimaginable pain. There is no unconsciousness, no respite, no moment of peace. The human remains aware through every second, feeling their body die and resurrect itself into something new. During these 3 days, the human body undergoes changes that seem impossible. The heart beats faster and faster, working frantically to distribute the venom until finally, when the transformation is complete, it stops. It simply stops. No longer needed in a body that no longer requires the circulation of blood. The lungs take their last breath. No longer necessary for a being that doesn't need oxygen to survive. But the body doesn't die. It transforms into something that operates on entirely different principles. Something that appears alive but functions through mechanisms that defy biological understanding. The venom itself is one of the most fascinating substances in vampire physiology. In place of blood, it flows through their veins, a clear liquid that serves multiple purposes. It is the source of their transformation power, capable of converting humans into vampires. It is also a weapon containing a paralytic agent that can immobilize prey, making feeding easier and escape impossible. But more than that, the venom seems to be the fundamental building block of vampire existence. It maintains their bodies, preserves their appearance, gives them their supernatural abilities. Without it, they would simply be beautiful corpses. With it, they are immortal. When the transformation is complete, the new vampire wakes to a world transformed. Every sense is amplified beyond human comprehension. Colors are brighter, more vivid, containing shades and hues that human eyes cannot perceive. Sounds are clearer, so clear that a vampire can hear a heartbeat from across a room, can detect the whisper of blood moving through veins, can pick out individual voices in a crowded city. Smell becomes the most powerful sense, able to detect scents from miles away, to identify individuals by their unique fragrance, to sense emotions through the subtle changes in human body chemistry. The physical changes are immediately apparent. The new vampire's skin transforms into something that resembles marble, smooth and flawless, cool to the touch. It's harder than granite, nearly indestructible, impervious to bullets, blades, or any conventional weapon. The texture is perfect, without blemish or imperfection. Every scar from their human life erased by the transformation. But it's the appearance that strikes most immediately. Every vampire becomes beautiful, not simply attractive, but impossibly, supernaturally beautiful. The venom seems to perfect human features, enhancing them, smoothing away asymmetries, creating a face and form designed to attract human prey. This beauty serves a purpose. It's not vanity or accident, but adaptation. Vampires are predators, and their beauty is the lure that draws prey close. Humans are naturally attracted to vampires, drawn by their appearance, their grace, the subtle scent they emit. It's a predatory advantage honed by whatever force created vampires in the first place. The beauty makes humans trust them, lower their guard, come willingly into danger, and once close, the human has little chance of escape. Vampire strength is beyond human comprehension. A newborn vampire, fresh from transformation, possesses strength equivalent to dozens of humans. They can lift cars, tear through steel, crush stone with their bare hands. An older vampire, centuries old, is even stronger, though not as strong as a newborn. The strength fades slightly over time, or perhaps it's more accurate to say that newborns have a temporary surge of power that gradually settles into the merely superhuman. But even the weakest vampire is stronger than any human could ever be, capable of feats that would seem impossible. Speed matches strength in its impossibility. Vampires move faster than human eyes can track. They can cross distances in seconds that would take humans minutes or hours. When a vampire runs, they become a blur, visible only as a distortion in the air, a sense of movement without clear form. This speed isn't just in running. Their reflexes are equally enhanced. They can snatch arrows from the air, dodge bullets after they've been fired, react to threats before human perception would even register danger. But perhaps the most significant physical trait is their durability. Vampire skin is harder than granite, resistant to all conventional damage. Bullets bounce off, blades shatter against their skin. fire burns them but doesn't consume them easily. They can survive falls from any height, can be crushed under tons of weight, and simply push it aside. Their bodies are nearly indestructible, designed to last forever. This invulnerability comes with a cost though. It makes them almost impossible to kill, but it also means that when they are injured, when their stone-like skin is somehow breached, the damage is catastrophic. The only reliable way to kill a vampire is dismemberment, followed by burning. The body must be torn apart, literally ripped to pieces, and then those pieces must be burned until nothing remains but ash. The stone-like skin makes this incredibly difficult. It requires vampire strength to tear apart vampire flesh. A human could never accomplish it. Even other vampires struggle with the task. The burning must be complete. If even a small piece remains, some believe the vampire could potentially regenerate, though this has never been confirmed. The fire must be hot enough to consume the venom-infused tissue completely, reducing it to ash that scatters in the wind. This method of destruction explains much about vampire behavior and vampire lore. The difficulty of killing a vampire means that vampire conflicts are rare and carefully considered. The Volturi, the vampire ruling class, can enforce their laws because they have the numbers and the power to successfully destroy lawbreakers. Individual vampires or small covens think carefully before making enemies, knowing that a fight to the death is exactly that, a brutal struggle that will end with one party torn apart and burned. The question of vampire sustenance is perhaps the most defining aspect of their nature. Vampires require blood to survive, not food, not water, not any other substance. Blood. The venom that transformed them created a thirst, an overwhelming need for blood that dominates their existence. This thirst is not simply hunger. It's an all-consuming drive, a burning in the throat that demands satisfaction. New vampires describe it as agony, a fire that burns constantly, only temporarily quenched by feeding. Older vampires learn to manage the thirst, to function despite it, but it never truly goes away. Human blood is what vampires are designed to consume. The scent of it calls to them, triggers their hunting instincts, makes them lose control. Each human has a unique scent, subtle variations that most vampires can detect and appreciate, but the appeal of human blood is universal. It satisfies the thirst completely, provides the most nourishment, tastes better than any alternative. For most vampires, humans are simply prey, no different than any other food source. The fact that humans are intelligent, that they suffer, that they have lives and loved ones, is irrelevant to the thirst. But there is an alternative, one discovered by Carlyle Cullen during his centuries of existence. Animal blood can sustain a vampire. It doesn't satisfy the thirst as completely as human blood. It doesn't taste as good. It requires feeding more frequently, but it works. Vampires who choose to drink animal blood, who refuse to kill humans, call themselves vegetarians. It's a joke, really, a way of describing their choice that acknowledges how difficult and unnatural it is. They're still drinking blood, still killing living creatures, but those creatures aren't human, and that distinction matters to vampires like Carlyle and his family. The vegetarian lifestyle is not easy. The thirst for human blood never disappears. Every vampire who chooses this path must fight their nature constantly. They must resist the scent of humans, must control themselves in close proximity to prey, must deny the most fundamental drive of their being. It requires extraordinary willpower, constant vigilance, and a philosophical commitment to the value of human life. Most vampires never even attempt it. Of the thousands of vampires that exist in the world, only 2 covens are known to practice this lifestyle, the Cullens and the Denali coven. The physical changes of vampirism extend to every system of the body, even those that no longer serve their original purpose. Vampires don't breathe. Not really. Their lungs function, can draw in air and expel it, but not because they need oxygen. Breathing serves only to detect scent. When a vampire breathes in, they're sampling the air, identifying the scents around them, tracking prey or friends or threats. They can stop breathing entirely with no ill effects, can remain submerged underwater for indefinite periods, can exist in environments that would suffocate a human. But most vampires maintain the habit of breathing because it helps them pass as human, and because scent is too valuable a sense to abandon. The heart, similarly, no longer beats. There is no pulse, no circulation of blood, because there is no blood to circulate. The venom flows through their veins, but it doesn't require pumping. It simply exists throughout the body, maintaining the vampire's existence through mechanisms that seem more supernatural than biological. This lack of heartbeat is one of the signs that reveals a vampire's nature. No pulse means no warmth in the extremities, no flush of emotion in the cheeks, no physical signs of life that humans instinctively look for. Temperature is another defining characteristic. Vampires are cold, not simply cool, but genuinely cold. Their skin temperature significantly below that of humans. They feel like marble or stone, hard and cold to the touch. This coldness is constant, unchanging regardless of the environment. A vampire in the desert is as cold as a vampire in the Arctic. They don't generate heat because they don't have the metabolic processes that create it. The venom maintains their bodies at this lower temperature, preserving them in their frozen state. But the most visible and perhaps most beautiful aspect of vampire nature is what happens in sunlight. Contrary to myth, sunlight doesn't harm vampires. It doesn't burn them, weaken them, or cause them any pain. The old legends about vampires and sunlight are completely wrong, but sunlight does reveal them for what they are. When direct sunlight hits vampire skin, that skin sparkles. It glitters like thousands of diamonds are embedded in the surface, reflecting light in rainbow patterns, creating a display that is breathtakingly beautiful and utterly inhuman. This sparkling effect is why vampires hide from sunlight, why the myth of their vulnerability to it persists. A sparkling vampire cannot pass for human. The effect is too obvious, too impossible to explain. So vampires avoid direct sunlight when humans are around. They live in cloudy climates, venture out only at night or on overcast days, create elaborate cover stories to explain their sun avoidance. The Cullens chose Forks, Washington, precisely because it's one of the cloudiest places in the United States. Days of direct sunlight are rare enough that they can simply skip school or work when the sun appears, claiming illness or other commitments. The mythology surrounding vampires is mostly false, disproven by the reality of their existence. Garlic has no effect on them. They can touch crosses, enter churches, handle religious artifacts without harm. Holy water is just water. Stakes through the heart don't kill them, though they would certainly be annoying. Mirrors reflect them normally. They cast shadows. They can be photographed and filmed. Almost every traditional protection against vampires is useless, because vampires are not demonic or supernatural in the mystical sense. They're physical beings, transformed humans operating under different biological rules, but still subject to physical laws. The question of sustenance extends beyond blood. Vampires cannot eat human food. They can place it in their mouths, can chew and swallow if necessary to maintain their human disguise, but they cannot digest it. Food sits in their stomachs, unprocessed, until they regurgitate it later. The experience is unpleasant, and the taste is wrong. Food that humans find delicious tastes like ash or cardboard to vampire senses. Only blood has flavor. Only blood provides satisfaction. This makes maintaining a human disguise challenging. The Cullens have perfected the art of pushing food around plates, of taking small bites and disposing of them discreetly, of appearing to eat without actually consuming anything. Sleep is another human need that vampires have lost. They don't sleep, don't require rest, never experience fatigue in the way humans do. A vampire can remain active indefinitely, can go centuries without anything resembling sleep. This gives them an enormous advantage in terms of time. While humans spend roughly a third of their lives unconscious, vampires have every hour of every day available to them. They can study, work, pursue hobbies, develop skills, accumulate knowledge without ever needing to pause for rest. The downside is the monotony. Eternity is long, and without the break that sleep provides, without the reset that comes with unconsciousness, some vampires struggle with the endless awareness. Immortality itself is perhaps the most fundamental aspect of vampire nature. Barring dismemberment and burning, vampires don't die. They don't age, don't sicken, don't deteriorate. A vampire transformed at 17 remains 17 forever. Their body is frozen at the moment of transformation, unchanging and unchangeable. This means that any injuries from their human life are preserved. Scars don't carry over, erased by the venom's perfecting influence, but the age and basic body structure remain fixed. A human transformed while ill would wake healthy, the venom curing all disease in its restructuring of the body. But a human transformed at 80 would remain 80 in appearance forever. This freezing of age has implications for vampire society. Vampires transformed young remain young, with all the physical advantages of youth but also its disadvantages. A vampire transformed as a child would have a child's body forever, with a child's strength and size, though with a vampire's durability and speed. This is why the creation of immortal children is forbidden, why it's one of the few laws that the Vulturi enforce without exception. A child's mind cannot handle eternity. A child's inability to control impulses, combined with vampire strength and thirst, creates an uncontrollable monster. The enhanced senses that vampires possess extend beyond simple improvements in sight, hearing, and smell. They perceive the world in fundamentally different ways. Colors exist in spectrums that humans cannot see. Sounds carry information that human ears cannot process. Scents contain layers of meaning, telling stories about the source, about emotions, about health and age, and 1,000 other factors. A vampire can identify individuals by scent alone, can track someone across miles, can detect the subtle changes that indicate fear or attraction or deception. Memory, too, transforms with vampirism. Vampires have perfect recall. Every moment after transformation is preserved in crystalline clarity, accessible whenever they choose to remember it. They don't forget, don't lose details, don't have memories fade with time. This perfect memory is both gift and curse. Beautiful moments remain vivid forever, but so do painful ones. Regrets don't fade. Trauma doesn't dull. Every death they've caused, every mistake they've made, Every loss they've suffered remains as fresh as the day it happened. Some vampires, after centuries of accumulated memories, struggle under the weight of perfect recall. Human memories, those from before transformation, are different. The transformation process itself is traumatic enough that some human memories are lost or distorted. Most vampires retain their human memories, though they may be hazier than their vampire ones. But the extreme pain of transformation can damage these memories, can create gaps or confusion. This is individual, varying from vampire to vampire. Some, like Carlyle, remember their human lives clearly. Others, like Alice, remember nothing of their human existence. The trauma of transformation, or the circumstances surrounding it, having erased those years completely. The aging process, or lack thereof, creates unique challenges for vampires trying to integrate into human society. The Cullens have developed a system to manage it. They stay in a location for a few years, posing as teenagers in high school or young adults in college. As the years pass and they fail to age, they create reasons to move. They stage graduations, acceptances to distant universities, job transfers for the supposed parents. Then they move to a new location and start over, with new identities, new backstories, new lives. Carlyle can pose as a doctor in his early 30s for perhaps a decade before his failure to age becomes suspicious. Then he must move, find a new hospital, create a new history. This cycle of movement, of constant reinvention, is exhausting in its own way. Vampires can never truly settle, never build lasting relationships with humans, never allow themselves to be known beyond the surface level. They must always hold back, always maintain the disguise, always be ready to abandon everything and start again. For vampires like the Cullens, who value human life and try to integrate into human society, this is the price of their choice. For nomadic vampires who avoid human contact beyond feeding, it's a non-issue. The transformation also affects the mind in subtle ways. Vampires think faster than humans, process information more quickly, make connections and calculations at speeds that would seem impossible. This mental enhancement matches their physical abilities. A vampire can read a book in minutes, absorbing and retaining every word. They can learn languages with ease, master complex subjects quickly, develop skills that would take humans lifetimes to acquire. This cognitive enhancement means that older vampires are not just more experienced, but genuinely more capable in intellectual pursuits. Yet despite all these changes, despite the transformation of every physical and mental system, vampires retain their essential selves. Their personalities persist through transformation. Their values, their interests, their fundamental nature remains recognizable. The human becomes a vampire, but the person doesn't disappear. Carlyle's compassion survived his transformation. Edward's tendency toward brooding melancholy carried over. Rosalie's vanity and Alice's optimism persisted despite the dramatic changes to their bodies and abilities. The transformation amplifies certain traits, removes physical limitations, adds new drives and capabilities, but the core of identity remains. This persistence of self is what makes vampire society possible. They're not mindless monsters driven only by thirst. They're individuals with personalities, preferences, relationships, and goals that extend beyond simple survival. They form friendships, fall in love, create families of choice, pursue interests and passions. They're capable of growth and change, of learning from experience, of developing philosophies and moral codes. The thirst is powerful. the most dominant drive of their existence. But it's not the only drive. Vampires are complex beings, capable of everything humans are, burdened with desires humans don't face, but fundamentally still people in all the ways that matter most. Not all vampires are created equal. The transformation from human to vampire grants certain abilities universally. Every vampire receives enhanced strength, speed, senses, and durability. Every vampire experiences the burning thirst, the perfect memory, the frozen immortality. These are the baseline traits of vampirism, the fundamental characteristics that define what it means to be a vampire. But some vampires receive something more, something that sets them apart even among immortals. These are the gifts, special abilities that go beyond the standard vampire toolkit, powers that can be extraordinary, terrifying, or both. The origin of these gifts lies in the human life that preceded transformation. Every vampire gift is rooted in something the person possessed or excelled at as a human. It might be a talent, a personality trait, a way of thinking, or even a survival mechanism developed in response to trauma. The transformation takes this human quality and amplifies it, transforms it into something supernatural. A human with unusual empathy might become a vampire who can manipulate emotions. A human with keen observational skills might develop the ability to see the future. A human with strong mental defenses might manifest an impenetrable psychic shield. This connection between human traits and vampire gifts means that gifts are, in a sense, predictable. They don't appear randomly or arbitrarily. They emerge from who the person was, from the qualities that defined them in life. But the transformation doesn't simply make these traits stronger. It fundamentally changes them, elevates them from natural human variation into genuine supernatural ability. The empathetic human doesn't just become more empathetic. They gain the power to feel and influence the emotions of everyone around them. The observant human doesn't just become more perceptive. They can literally see events that haven't happened yet. Not every vampire develops a gift. In fact, most don't. The majority of vampires possess only the standard abilities that come with transformation. They're stronger, faster, and more durable than humans, but they have no special powers beyond these basics. The development of a gift seems to require that the human trait being amplified was already exceptional, already operating at a level far beyond normal human ability. Average empathy doesn't become supernatural emotion manipulation. Average observational skills don't become precognition. The human quality must be extraordinary for the transformation to elevate it into a true gift. Among the most common categories of gifts are mental abilities, powers that affect the mind rather than the physical world. These gifts operate on thought, perception, emotion, and consciousness. They can read minds, create illusions, manipulate feelings, or protect against mental intrusion. Mental gifts are particularly valued because they're difficult to defend against and often impossible to detect until they're already being used. A physical attack can be seen coming, can be dodged or blocked. A mental attack happens inside the victim's own mind, invisible and often irresistible. Edward Cullen possesses perhaps the most well-known mental gift, telepathy. He can hear the thoughts of those around him, can listen to the internal monologue of humans and vampires alike. The ability functions constantly, without conscious effort on his part. Minds broadcast their thoughts to him whether he wants to hear them or not. He describes it as hearing voices, a constant chorus of mental chatter that he's learned to filter and manage over his century of existence. He can focus on individual minds, can listen closely to specific thoughts, or he can let the mental noise fade into background static. The range of Edward's telepathy extends several miles in optimal conditions, though it weakens with distance. He hears nearby thoughts clearly, as if they were spoken aloud. Thoughts from farther away come through as whispers or impressions, less detailed but still accessible. The ability works on both humans and vampires, though vampire minds are somewhat different, their thoughts faster and more complex, reflecting their enhanced cognitive abilities. Interestingly, Edward cannot hear the thoughts of Bella Swan, a mystery that suggests the existence of natural mental shields in some humans. Edward's gift originated from his human ability to read people, to understand their motivations and intentions through observation and intuition. As a human, he was perceptive, able to guess what others were thinking based on subtle cues in their behavior and expression. The transformation took this social intelligence and made it literal. He no longer needs to guess what people are thinking. He simply hears it directly. But the gift came at a cost. Edward can never escape the thoughts of those around him, can never have true quiet, can never be free from the constant awareness of what others think and feel. Aro of the Volturi possesses a related but distinct telepathic gift. Where Edward hears present thoughts, Aro sees all thoughts, every thought a person has ever had, their entire mental history laid bare. But Aro's gift requires physical contact. He must touch someone, usually taking their hand, to access their thoughts. Once contact is established, he can see everything. Every memory, every thought, every secret is revealed to him in an instant. Nothing can be hidden from Aro once he touches you. The gift makes him perhaps the most dangerous vampire in existence, a walking detector of lies and secrets. Aro's ability originated from his human gift for reading people and detecting deception. As a human, he could tell when someone was lying. He could see through pretense and discover hidden motives. The transformation amplified this ability into something absolute. He doesn't just detect lies anymore. He sees the truth directly, accessing the source itself. This gift has made him an effective leader of the Volturi, able to judge accused vampires with perfect certainty, to know beyond doubt whether laws have been broken. But it's also made him paranoid, always seeking to touch potential threats, to verify through direct mental contact that they pose no danger to his power. Jane, a member of the Volturi Guard, possesses one of the most feared gifts in vampire existence, the ability to create the illusion of pain. With only a look and a moment of concentration, Jane can make her target feel as though they're burning alive. The pain is not real. There is no actual damage to the body, no physical cause for the agony. But the victim's mind believes it's real, and the brain creates the sensation of unbearable burning throughout the entire body. Victims collapse, writhing in agony, completely incapacitated by pain that exists only in their perception. Jane's gift is purely mental. She creates an illusion, a false sensory experience that the victim's brain accepts as reality. The pain feels exactly like the burning of vampire transformation. That same fire in every nerve, that same inescapable agony. Most victims are completely disabled by it, unable to function or fight back while under Jane's influence. The ability works on both humans and vampires, though vampires, with their enhanced mental faculties, sometimes resists slightly better. Still, even ancient vampires fall before Jane's gift. Reduced to helpless agony by a child-sized vampire who appears no older than 12 or 13, the origin of Jane's gift lies in her human experience of pain. She and her twin brother, Alec, were burned at the stake as witches during the medieval period, though they were rescued by Aro before the fire killed them. The trauma of burning, the memory of that pain, transformed during vampirism into the ability to inflict that same pain on others. It's a defensive gift, born from suffering, allowing Jane to ensure that no one can ever hurt her again. She can hurt them first, can hurt them worse, can reduce any threat to a screaming, helpless victim. Alec, Jane's twin, possesses a gift that's equally devastating but operates differently. He can cut off all senses, creating a mist that removes sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch from anyone it encompasses. Victims trapped in Alec's mist experience complete sensory deprivation. They cannot see where they are, cannot hear what's happening around them, cannot smell approaching threats. They're blind, deaf, and numb, completely disconnected from the world. The mist doesn't cause pain like Jane's gift. It simply removes all sensation, leaving the victim helpless and isolated in absolute nothingness. Alec's ability manifests as a visible mist that flows from him like smoke, creeping across the ground and through the air to engulf his targets. The mist can affect multiple victims simultaneously, can spread to encompass large areas, making it particularly effective in battles involving many opponents. Once caught in the mist, escape is nearly impossible. Without senses, victims cannot navigate, cannot fight back, cannot even know whether they're moving towards safety or deeper into danger. They're at the complete mercy of Alec. And whoever fights alongside him, the origin of Alec's gift mirrors his sister's, born from the same trauma of being burned. But where Jane's pain transformed into the ability to inflict pain, Alec's response was to escape sensation entirely. His gift removes all feeling, creates the numbness he perhaps wished for while burning. Together, the twins represent two responses to unbearable suffering: the desire to make others suffer equally, and the desire to feel nothing at all. The Volturi use them as their most powerful weapons, bringing Jane's pain and Alec's numbness to bear against anyone who threatens their authority. Not all mental gifts are aggressive or combative. Some are defensive, designed to protect rather than attack. Bella Swan possesses such a gift, though it manifests fully only after her transformation. Even as a human, Bella's mind was shielded, completely impervious to Edward's telepathy. After transformation, this shield becomes active and extensible. She can project it outward, creating a bubble of protection that shields others from mental attacks. Under Bella's shield, Jane's pain illusion fails. Alec's sensory deprivation cannot penetrate, and any other mental gift becomes useless. Bella's shield is absolute in its effectiveness against mental intrusion. No mental gift can breach it. Edward cannot hear the thoughts of anyone Bella shields. Aro cannot access their memories through touch. Jane and Alec's abilities simply slide off the shield like water off glass. This makes Bella one of the most powerful vampires in existence, despite being young and lacking the experience of older vampires. Her shield provides protection that even ancient vampires cannot duplicate, a defense against the mental gifts that make vampires like the Volturi so dangerous. The origin of Bella's shield lies in her intensely private nature. As a human, her ability to keep her thoughts and feelings to herself, to maintain mental boundaries even under pressure. She was always self-contained, always able to hold things inside, to process emotions and thoughts privately without external expression. The transformation took this natural mental privacy and made it supernatural, creating an actual barrier that protects her mind from any external influence. After transformation, she learned to extend this protection to others, to share her natural immunity with those around her. Renata, another vampire with a defensive gift, protects in a different way. She creates a physical shield, a distortion in perception that makes it nearly impossible to approach her or anyone she's protecting. Those attempting to reach her find themselves confused, disoriented, wandering away from their intended target without understanding why. The gift doesn't create a visible barrier. It manipulates the attacker's sense of direction, their spatial awareness, making them unable to move in the right direction. They might think they're walking toward Renata, but they're actually veering away, led astray by their own corrupted perceptions. Renata's gift makes her invaluable as a bodyguard. She serves Aro personally, staying close to him at all times, ensuring that no one can approach him with harmful intent. Even vampires with enhanced speed and strength cannot breach Renata's shield. They find themselves unable to close the distance, frustrated by their inability to move in the right direction. The gift is entirely defensive, offering no offensive capability, but its defensive power is absolute. As long as Renata concentrates on protecting someone, that person is unreachable. Mental gifts extend beyond telepathy and shields into the realm of emotional manipulation. Jasper Hale possesses the ability to feel and influence the emotions of those around him. He can sense what others are feeling, can detect fear, anger, joy, sadness, or any other emotional state. But more than that, he can change those emotions, can flood someone with calm or courage, can induce depression or euphoria, can manipulate emotional states with the precision of a surgeon. His gift affects everyone in range, human or vampire, making it one of the most subtle and pervasive abilities. Jasper's gift operates through a mechanism that seems to directly affect brain chemistry, or perhaps something more fundamental in consciousness itself. He doesn't persuade people to feel differently. He makes them feel differently, directly altering their emotional state, regardless of their conscious thoughts or circumstances. Someone could be in mortal danger, facing certain death, but if Jasper floods them with calm, they'll feel calm despite the threat. The emotions he creates are genuine, felt as deeply as naturally occurring emotions, making his manipulation difficult to detect or resist. The origin of Jasper's gift lies in his human ability to read and influence people through charisma and empathy. As a human in the 19th century, he was naturally charismatic, able to inspire loyalty and confidence in others, able to understand what people were feeling and respond appropriately. The transformation amplified this emotional intelligence into literal emotional control. He no longer needs to inspire calm through words or presence. He can simply impose it directly, making people feel what he wants them to feel. Some gifts blur the line between mental and physical, affecting perception in ways that seem to alter reality itself. Zafrina of the Amazon Coven possesses the ability to create incredibly realistic visual illusions. She can make people see whatever she wants them to see, can create entire landscapes in their vision, can show them beauty or horror or anything in between. The illusions are completely convincing, indistinguishable from reality to the victim's perception. They can see, hear, and even smell what Zafrina projects into their mind, experiencing her creations as though they were truly happening. Zafrina's gift affects only vision and associated senses. She cannot create physical effects, cannot actually harm anyone with her illusions, but the psychological impact is profound. She can make someone believe they're surrounded by enemies, can show them their worst fears, can trap them in a hellscape of her creation, or she can show them paradise, can create visions of beauty and peace so compelling that victims don't want them to end. The Cullens witnessed her gift during the confrontation with the Volturi, where she demonstrated her ability by showing them various scenes, proving her power and its potential in battle. The origin of Zafrina's gift likely lies in a powerful imagination, or perhaps an ability to visualize things intensely as a human. She could always create vivid mental images, could see things in her mind's eye with unusual clarity. The transformation took this internal visualization and made it external, allowing her to project what she imagines into the minds of others. It's a creative gift, limited only by her imagination, capable of producing any visual experience she can conceive. Physical gifts, while less common than mental ones, can be equally impressive. These abilities affect the physical world directly, manipulating matter, energy, or the vampire's own physical form in ways that exceed normal vampire capabilities. Benjamin of the Egyptian coven possesses what might be the most powerful physical gift: elemental control. He can manipulate earth, water, air, and fire, bending these fundamental elements to his will. He can create earthquakes, summon water from nowhere, control wind currents, and generate flames. Benjamin's control over the elements is precise and powerful. He can create a fissure in the earth to swallow enemies, can raise walls of water as barriers, can whip winds into destructive forces, can generate fire hot enough to aid in the destruction of other vampires. Each element responds to his will as though it were an extension of his own body. The gift makes him extraordinarily dangerous in combat, capable of attacking from multiple angles simultaneously, using the environment itself as a weapon. It also makes him valuable for practical purposes, able to solve problems that would stump other vampires. The origin of Benjamin's gift is unclear, as his human life is not well documented, but elemental control suggests a human who felt deeply connected to nature, who understood natural forces intuitively, who perhaps had an unusual affinity for the physical world. The transformation took this connection and made it active control, allowing him to command what he once only understood. Amun, his coven leader, keeps Benjamin close and protected, aware that such a powerful gift makes him a target for recruitment by larger covens like the Volturi. Kate of the Denali coven possesses a different kind of physical gift, the ability to generate an electric current through her body. She can charge her skin with electricity, making contact with her extremely painful and debilitating. The shock is powerful enough to incapacitate vampires, dropping them instantly when they touch her. She can control the intensity, from a mild warning jolt to a full incapacitating blast. The gift makes her nearly impossible to attack in close combat, as any physical contact results in immediate and overwhelming pain for the attacker. Kate's electrical ability extends to teaching others control. She can deliver measured shocks that help newborn vampires learn to manage their instincts and impulses. The pain of her shock serves as negative reinforcement, training vampires to control their behavior through association. She used this method to help Bella learn to extend her shield, providing immediate, painful feedback when Bella's concentration wavered. The gift is both weapon and teaching tool, versatile in its applications. The origin of Kate's gift might lie in a highly energetic or passionate nature as a human, someone whose emotions or life force felt particularly intense. The transformation channeled this intensity into actual electrical energy, making her internal fire into literal current. Or perhaps she had an unusual relationship with electricity or energy as a human, some sensitivity or understanding that the transformation amplified. Regardless of origin, the result is a gift that makes her formidable in combat and valuable as a trainer. Some gifts affect the vampire's own abilities rather than influencing others. Alice Cullen possesses precognition, the ability to see the future. Her visions come to her spontaneously, showing possible futures based on current decisions and trajectories. She sees what will happen if people continue on their present course, if circumstances don't change. The visions are subjective, experienced from a particular viewpoint, usually that of someone involved in the events she's seeing. They're also mutable. When someone changes their decision, when circumstances shift, Alice's vision changes to reflect the new possible future. Alice's precognition has significant limitations. She cannot see the werewolves, the Quiliote shapeshifters, at all. When they're involved in future events, her visions go dark or skip over those moments. She also cannot see decisions that haven't been made yet. If someone is genuinely undecided, if the future depends on a choice they haven't committed to, Alice sees multiple possibilities, branching futures that shift as the person wavers. This makes her gift most effective for tracking people with clear intentions, those who know what they're going to do and are committed to their course of action. The origin of Alice's precognition is mysterious, complicated by the fact that she remembers nothing of her human life. She woke as a vampire with no memory of transformation or what came before, but the gift itself suggests a human who was unusually perceptive about patterns and likely outcomes, someone who could predict behavior and consequences with unusual accuracy. The transformation took this intuitive understanding of cause and effect and made it supernatural, allowing her to literally see the results of current causes before they manifest. Alice's visions have proven invaluable to the Cullens, providing advance warning of dangers, allowing them to prepare for threats before those threats arrive. She saw Bella coming into Edward's life before they met. She saw James hunting Bella, giving them time to form a protection plan. She saw the Volturi coming to Forks, allowing the Cullens to gather witnesses and prepare their defense. Without Alice's gift, the Cullens would be far more vulnerable, reacting to dangers only when they arrived, rather than preparing in advance. The mechanics of how gifts work, the actual supernatural mechanism that allows them to function, remains largely mysterious. Are they psychic phenomena, some form of telepathic or telekinetic power that vampires can access? Are they an extension of the venom's properties, some unknown aspect of that transformative substance that manifests differently in each gifted vampire? Are they connected to the soul or consciousness in ways that transcend physical explanation? No one knows for certain. The gifts simply exist, operating through principles that even vampires don't fully understand. What is clear is that gifts can grow stronger with practice and time. Bella's shield, initially protecting only herself, became extensible through conscious effort and training. She learned to push it outward, to encompass others, to maintain it over larger areas and for longer durations. This suggests that gifts are not fixed at transformation, but can be developed, refined, and expanded through use. A newly transformed vampire with a gift might possess only a fraction of the power they'll eventually command after centuries of practice. The Volturi have built their power structure partly on the collection of gifted vampires. Arrow actively seeks out vampires with useful abilities, recruiting them into the guard or eliminating them if they refuse. Jane and Alec, Chelsea with her ability to manipulate emotional bonds, Renata with her shield, Dimitri with his tracking ability, all were recruited because their gifts make the Volturi more powerful. This collection of abilities makes the Volturi nearly invincible, able to counter almost any threat through the combined powers of their guard. Chelsea's gift deserves particular attention because of its implications for vampire society. She can manipulate the emotional bonds between people, can strengthen or weaken feelings of loyalty, love, friendship, or family. The Volturi use her gift to ensure loyalty among the guard, to make members feel deeply devoted to Aro and the Volturi's mission. She can also break bonds, can make covens fall apart by severing the emotional connections that hold them together. This gift is insidious, operating beneath conscious awareness, making victims believe their changed feelings are natural rather than imposed. Dimitri, the Volturi's tracker, possesses a gift that makes him the most effective hunter in vampire existence. He can track anyone, anywhere, once he's familiar with their mental signature. Distance is irrelevant. Obstacles don't matter. He simply knows where his target is, can sense their location as clearly as if they were broadcasting it. The only known defense against Dimitri's tracking is Bella's shield, which blocks his ability to sense those she protects. Without that shield, no one can hide from Dimitri once he's decided to find them. The rarity of gifts means that gifted vampires are valuable, sought after by larger covens, and especially by the Volturi. But this value comes with danger. A gifted vampire who refuses recruitment might be destroyed simply to prevent their gift from being used against the Volturi. A gift powerful enough to threaten Volturi dominance becomes a death sentence for its possessor unless they're willing to join the guard. This creates a difficult choice for gifted vampires: submit to Volturi control or risk destruction. Some theorize that gifts are more common than they appear, that many vampires possess subtle abilities that don't manifest as obvious supernatural powers. Perhaps every vampire has some small enhancement, some area where they exceed even normal vampire capabilities. Emmett Cullen, for instance, is extraordinarily strong even by vampire standards. Is this simply natural variation, or is it a minor gift, an amplification of his human strength? Rosalie is breathtakingly beautiful even among vampires. Is this a gift, or simply fortunate genetics, enhanced by transformation? The question of whether gifts can be learned or transferred remains open. Can a non-gifted vampire develop abilities through training or effort? Can gifts be taught, shared, or copied? The evidence suggests not. Gifts appear to be intrinsic, tied to the individual vampire in ways that cannot be replicated or transferred. Edward cannot teach someone else to read minds. Alice cannot train others to see the future. The gifts are personal, unique, emerging from the specific combination of human traits and vampire transformation that created each individual vampire. But Bella's ability to extend her shield to others suggests some flexibility in how gifts operate. If she can share her protection, perhaps other gifts could be modified or expanded in unexpected ways. Benjamin's elemental control might be teachable to some degree, at least in terms of understanding and working with natural forces. Jasper's emotional manipulation might be learned as a technique, even if others cannot replicate his supernatural precision. The full potential of gifts, the ways they might develop or be applied, remains largely unexplored. The existence of gifts raises philosophical questions about vampire nature and identity. Are gifted vampires fundamentally different from non-gifted ones? Does the possession of a gift change what it means to be a vampire? The standard vampire abilities already elevate the transformed above humanity. Gifts elevate some vampires above their own kind. This creates a hierarchy, a division between the gifted and non-gifted that influences vampire society and relationships. Gifted vampires have opportunities and dangers that others never face. Their existence is shaped by their abilities in ways that non-gifted vampires cannot fully understand. For the humans who transform into gifted vampires, the discovery of their ability is often surprising. They don't know during their 3-day transformation that they'll emerge with special powers. Some, like Bella, might suspect based on their human traits. Others are completely shocked when their gift manifests, and some are disappointed if they hoped for abilities that didn't appear. The gift or lack thereof becomes part of their vampire identity, shaping how they see themselves and how others see them. The connection between human traits and vampire gifts means that understanding a vampire's gift can provide insight into their human nature. Edward's telepathy reveals his human perceptiveness and interest in understanding others. Alice's precognition suggests a human who thought ahead, who anticipated and planned. Jasper's empathic abilities indicate a human who was deeply attuned to the emotions of those around him. The gifts are windows into who these vampires were as humans, preserved and amplified aspects of their former selves. In the end, vampire gifts represent the pinnacle of what transformation can achieve. They're the lottery win of vampirism, the rare cases where the already supernatural becomes even more extraordinary. They shape vampire society, influence the balance of power, create opportunities and dangers, but they're also deeply personal, intimate expressions of who each vampire was and is. The gifts are not separate from the vampire, but integral to their identity, supernatural abilities that emerged from human traits, forever linking the mortal they were with the immortal they became. Vampires are solitary by nature, driven by thirst and territorial instincts that make cooperation difficult. The need to hunt, the competition for prey, the inherent danger each vampire poses to others of their kind. All of these factors push vampires toward isolation. Yet despite these challenges, vampire covens exist throughout the world. These family units, alliances, and power structures represent vampires' attempts to create society, to find companionship in immortality, to build something beyond mere survival. Each coven has its own history, philosophy, and purpose. Some seek power, others seek peace. Some enforce laws, while others simply try to exist without drawing attention. Together, these covens form the hidden civilization of vampires, a shadow society existing alongside humanity. The Cullen Coven stands as perhaps the most unusual vampire family in existence. They call themselves a family, and they mean it in ways that go beyond simple coven structure. Carlisle Cullen serves as patriarch, the creator of most members, the moral center around which the family revolves. Esme is the matriarch, warm and nurturing despite her vampire nature, providing the emotional core that holds the family together. Edward, Rosalie, Emmett, Alice, and Jasper are the children, though some are nearly as old as their parents, and none are actually related by blood. but they function as a family, living together, supporting each other, bound by choice and affection rather than by blood or necessity. What makes the Cullens truly unique is their philosophy. They refuse to drink human blood, choosing instead to sustain themselves on animal blood. This vegetarian lifestyle, as they jokingly call it, sets them apart from virtually every other vampire in existence. It's difficult, requiring constant self-control and denial of their most fundamental instinct. Animal blood doesn't satisfy the thirst as completely as human blood. It doesn't taste as good. It requires more frequent feeding, but it allows them to live among humans without being murderers, to maintain their humanity in the way that matters most to them by not killing people. Carlisle Cullen founded this philosophy during his early years as a vampire. Transformed in the 1660s by a vampire he was hunting, Carlisle woke to find himself the very monster he'd been taught to destroy. His father was an Anglican pastor who led brutal hunts for supernatural creatures. Carlisle had participated in these hunts, believing he was doing God's work. To become a vampire was to become damned, or so he believed. His early years after transformation were consumed by self-hatred and multiple suicide attempts, but vampire durability made death impossible to achieve. Eventually, Carlisle discovered that he could sustain himself on animal blood. This discovery changed everything. If he didn't have to kill humans, if he could survive without being a murderer, then perhaps he wasn't completely lost. He began to see vampirism not as damnation but as a condition, something to be managed rather than something that defined his entire being. Over the centuries, he developed his philosophy. Vampires have a choice. They can be monsters or they can be something else. The thirst is powerful, but it's not irresistible. With effort, with commitment, with unwavering determination, a vampire can choose compassion over hunger. Carlisle spent centuries alone, perfecting his control, studying medicine, moving through human society as a healer rather than a predator. He lived in Italy for a time, studying with the Volturi, the vampire ruling class. Aro was fascinated by Carlisle's lifestyle and gifts, wanting to add him to the Volturi guard. But Carlisle couldn't accept the Volturi's methods, their casual destruction of human life, their view of humans as nothing more than prey. He left Italy and continued his solitary existence until the 1980s, when he found Edward dying of Spanish influenza in Chicago. Edward Marcin was 17, dying in a hospital where Carlisle worked as a doctor. Edward's mother, somehow intuiting what Carlisle was, begged him to save her son in whatever way he could. She died believing Carlisle would let Edward die naturally. Instead, Carlisle transformed him, creating his first companion after 200 years of solitude. Edward woke to his new existence and joined Carlisle's vegetarian lifestyle, though not without struggle and rebellion. For 10 years in the 1920s, Edward left Carlisle to hunt humans, believing he could make his killing moral by only targeting criminals. He read minds, identified murderers and rapists, and killed them. Eventually, disgusted by his own rationalizations and the blood on his hands, he returned to Carlisle and the animal blood philosophy. Esme Cullen joined the family in 1921. Carlisle had treated her years earlier when she was a teenager who had fallen from a tree. He remembered her kindness, her spirit. Years later, she arrived at a morgue where he worked, believed to be dead after a suicide attempt following the death of her infant son. Carlisle recognized her, discovered she had a faint heartbeat, and made the split-second decision to transform her rather than let her die. Esme woke to vampire existence and fell in love with Carlisle almost immediately. They married and formed the foundation of what would become the Cullen family. Rosalie Hale came next. In 1933, Carlisle found her dying in the street, brutally assaulted and left for dead by her fiancé and his friends. He carried her miles to his home, careful not to spill any of her blood, and transformed her. His motivation was partly compassion, but partly something else. He hoped that Rosalie might become a companion for Edward, that Edward might find in her what Carlisle had found in Esme. But Rosalie and Edward never developed romantic feelings for each other. They became siblings instead, bound by their shared experience and family, but not by romantic love. Rosalie struggled with vampirism more than any other Cullen. She had been beautiful as a human, on the verge of a perfect life, at least by the standards of her time and social class. The transformation saved her life, but took away everything she'd wanted: marriage, children, a normal human existence. She resented what had been done to her, even as she understood Carlisle's compassion in saving her. Her resentment made her hard, bitter, focused on the losses rather than the gains of immortality. She never killed a human for blood, maintaining the vegetarian lifestyle, but she killed her attackers one by one, saving her fiancé for last, making them suffer before ending their lives. Emmett Cullen entered the family in 1935, transformed not by Carlisle but at Rosalie's request. Rosalie found him being mauled by a bear in the Tennessee mountains. Something about him called to her, perhaps his strength, perhaps his spirit, perhaps simply fate. She carried him over 100 miles to Carlisle without drinking his blood, an extraordinary feat of self-control for a young vampire. She asked Carlisle to transform him, and Carlisle agreed. Emmett woke to vampire existence and immediately fell in love with Rosalie. They've been together ever since, the most stable couple in the family, bound by a connection that survived death and transformation. Alice Cullen and Jasper Hale joined together in 1950. Though neither was created by Carlisle, Alice woke as a vampire with no memory of her human life or her transformation. She had visions of the future, saw Jasper coming into her life, saw herself joining the Cullens. She waited for Jasper in a diner, knowing exactly when and where to meet him. Jasper had been a vampire since the 1860s, transformed during the Civil War and forced to fight in the Southern Vampire Wars. He could manipulate emotions, a gift that made him valuable to Maria, the vampire who created him and used him to create and train newborn armies. Jasper eventually escaped Maria's control, tired of the violence and death, disgusted by the fear and pain his gift made him feel from his victims. He wandered for decades, miserable and alone, until Alice found him. She showed him her vision of the Cullens, of a family that lived differently, that didn't kill humans. It seemed impossible to Jasper, who had spent nearly a century surviving on human blood, creating and destroying newborns. But Alice was certain, and her certainty convinced him to try. They found the Cullens together, and Carlisle welcomed them without hesitation. The Cullen family structure is unusual in vampire society. Most covens are created by a single vampire who transforms others, creating a maker-offspring relationship that often carries a parental dynamic. But the Cullens have mixed this with genuine chosen family bonds. Carlisle created Edward, Esme, and Rosalie. Rosalie requested Emmett's transformation. Alice and Jasper joined from outside. Yet they all function as equals. as siblings and spouses rather than in a strict hierarchy. Carlisle leads through moral authority and respect, rather than through power or the bond of creation. Their lifestyle requires them to move frequently, cycling through human communities every few years before their lack of aging becomes noticeable. They've perfected the art of integration and departure. Carlisle establishes himself as a doctor, brilliant but humble, explaining his youthful appearance as good genetics. Esme renovates homes, channeling her nurturing instincts into creating beautiful spaces. The others pose as adopted siblings, attending high school repeatedly, enduring the monotony of classes they've taken dozens of times. They build shallow relationships with humans, never allowing true intimacy, always holding back. Then, when the time comes, they stage a departure, a job offer in another city, a family matter requiring relocation, and disappear to start the cycle again elsewhere. The Denali Coven stands as the only other vegetarian vampire family, the only other group that has adopted Carlisle's philosophy of abstaining from human blood. They live in Alaska, far from human population centers, where the long winters and vast wilderness provide ample animal prey and few opportunities for dangerous human contact. The coven consists of 5 members, 3 sisters who founded it, and 2 later additions who adopted their lifestyle. They've known Carlisle for centuries, consider the Cullens to be extended family, and represent the closest thing the Cullens have to allies who truly understand their way of life. Tanya, Kate, and Irina are the founding members, ancient vampires who have been together for over 1,000 years. They originated in Slovakia, transformed during the medieval period, and spent centuries living as typical vampires, hunting humans without thought or remorse. Their conversion to the vegetarian lifestyle came from tragedy, from a mistake so terrible that it changed their entire existence. They created an immortal child, a toddler they transformed out of affection, not understanding the consequences. The child was beautiful, loving, but completely unable to control the violent impulses of vampirism. When she grew thirsty, she fed, slaughtering entire villages without comprehension of what she was doing. The Volturi discovered the immortal child and destroyed her, enforcing one of their most absolute laws. But they spared the sisters, perhaps moved by their genuine grief and ignorance of the law. The sisters were devastated, consumed by guilt for the deaths their child had caused. In their grief and self-hatred, they sought out Carlisle. Having heard of his unusual lifestyle, they adopted his philosophy, hoping that by not killing humans, they could somehow atone for the deaths they had caused through their child. For over 1,000 years, they've maintained this lifestyle, almost as long as Carlisle himself. Kate possesses the gift of generating electrical current through her skin, making contact with her extremely painful. She's used this gift to help train vampires in self-control, providing immediate negative reinforcement when they lose focus. Tanya has no special gift beyond the standard vampire abilities, but she's a natural leader, holding the coven together through her strength and determination. Irina, the youngest of the sisters, struggled most with the vegetarian lifestyle, finding it harder to resist human blood. This struggle would eventually lead to her making a terrible mistake, one that would cost her life. Eleazar and Carmen joined the Denali Coven in the 20th century. Eleazar had been a member of the Volturi Guard for centuries, valued for his ability to sense gifts in other vampires. He could identify who possessed special abilities and what those abilities might be, making him invaluable for Aro's collection of talented vampires. But Eleazar grew tired of the Volturi's methods, their casual cruelty, their view of power as the only value. He left, a rare defection, and found the Denali coven. Carmen, his mate, joined with him. The Denali sisters welcomed them, and they adopted the vegetarian lifestyle, finding it difficult but preferable to the Volturi's constant political machinations. The relationship between the Denali coven and the Cullens is warm, familial, built on their shared philosophy and mutual respect. They visit each other, celebrate holidays together, support each other when challenges arise. The Denali sisters think of Carlyle as something like a brother, the only other vampire who understood what they were trying to achieve before they met him. This alliance would prove crucial during the confrontation with the Volturi, when the Denali coven stood with the Cullens despite the danger, despite knowing they might face destruction for opposing the vampire authorities. The Volturi represent vampire law, vampire authority, vampire power in its most concentrated and terrible form. They rule from Volterra, Italy, an ancient city where they've maintained power for nearly 3,000 years. The coven consists of 3 founding members, Aro, Caius, and Marcus, and a guard of gifted vampires that makes them nearly invincible. They don't rule through democracy or consent, but through fear and overwhelming force. They are the law because no one is powerful enough to challenge them. They enforce their rules because they have the ability to destroy anyone who breaks them. Aro is the true leader, the most ambitious and dangerous of the 3 founders. He possesses the gift of tactile telepathy, able to see every thought a person has ever had with a single touch. This gift makes him an effective judge, able to know with absolute certainty whether someone has broken vampire law. But it also makes him paranoid, constantly seeking to touch potential threats, to verify through direct mental contact that they pose no danger to his power. Aro is fascinated by vampire gifts, collecting talented vampires the way some people collect art. He wants the gifted to join his guard, to add their abilities to his arsenal. When they refuse, he often destroys them, unwilling to allow powerful gifts to exist outside his control. Caius is the most cruel of the 3, taking pleasure in punishment and destruction. Where Aro at least pretends to regret necessary violence, Caius embraces it. He sees humans as prey and nothing more, views vampire law primarily as a tool to maintain vampire superiority over the human world. He has no gifts beyond the standard vampire abilities, but his age and experience make him formidable. He's the voice in Volturi, deliberations that argues for destruction, for harsh punishment, for making examples of lawbreakers. Marcus is the most tragic of the 3 founders. He possesses the gift of sensing relationships, able to see the emotional bonds between people, to know who loves whom, who is loyal to whom, who might betray whom. This gift once brought him joy, allowing him to see the beauty of connection and love. But his mate, Didymi, was killed thousands of years ago, and her death broke something in Marcus. He exists in a state of profound depression, caring about nothing, waiting for death, but unable to achieve it. Chelsea, a guard member, uses her gift to keep Marcus bound to the Volturi, artificially maintaining his loyalty to Aro, because without that manufactured bond, Marcus would simply walk away and seek destruction. The Volturi Guard consists of vampires recruited for their gifts. Jane and Alec, the witch twins, bring pain and sensory deprivation. Chelsea manipulates emotional bonds, ensuring loyalty within the Guard and breaking apart threatening alliances. Renata provides a physical shield, protecting Aro from attack. Dimitri tracks anyone, anywhere, making escape from Volturi judgment nearly impossible. Felix and Dimitri serve as primary executioners, powerful enough to tear apart other vampires. The guard serves as the Volturi's enforcement arm, carrying out the destruction of lawbreakers and intimidating potential rebels. The Volturi's rise to power came at the expense of the Romanian Coven, the previous rulers of the vampire world. The Romanians, led by Vladimir and Stefan, ruled for over 1,000 years before the Volturi overthrew them. They maintained power through fear and spectacle, creating massive vampire armies, living openly among humans as gods and monsters. They built palaces, demanded worship, created immortal children as curiosities. But their blatant visibility threatened all vampires, risking exposure and human retaliation. The Volturi positioned themselves as reformers, vampires who would enforce secrecy and protect the vampire world from human discovery. The war between the Romanians and the Volturi was devastating, destroying covens across Europe. The Volturi won through a combination of superior gifts and smarter strategy. They recruited gifted vampires, building the guard while the Romanians relied on numbers alone. When the final battle came, the Volturi's gifts overwhelmed the Romanian forces. Jane and Alec were particularly devastating, able to incapacitate dozens of vampires at once. The Volturi destroyed the Romanian Coven's armies, burned their palaces, and established themselves as the new vampire authority. Vladimir and Stefan survived the destruction of their coven, escaping into hiding. They've spent nearly 3,000 years nursing their hatred of the Volturi, waiting for an opportunity for revenge. They're ancient, powerful, but not powerful enough to challenge the Volturi directly. When the conflict between the Cullens and the Volturi emerged, Vladimir and Stefan saw an opportunity. They didn't care about the Cullens or their cause. They simply wanted to witness the Volturi's destruction, to see their ancient enemies finally defeated. The Egyptian coven is small but powerful, consisting of Amun, Kebi, Benjamin, and thanks in advance. Amun is the coven leader, ancient and paranoid, obsessed with keeping his coven hidden from Volturi attention. He created Benjamin, recognized his gift for elemental control, and has spent decades trying to keep Benjamin's abilities secret. Amun fears that if the Volturi learn of Benjamin's power, they'll demand he join the guard. Benjamin's refusal would mean destruction for the entire coven, so Amun keeps them isolated, avoiding other vampires, staying far from Volterra. Benjamin is the most gifted member of the coven, able to control earth, water, air, and fire. He can create earthquakes, summon water, manipulate wind, and generate flames. His control is precise and powerful, making him one of the most formidable vampires in existence. But Benjamin is also young in vampire terms, not yet cynical or jaded. He's curious about the world, interested in other vampires, frustrated by Amun's paranoid isolation. When the Cullens needed witnesses during their confrontation with the Volturi, Benjamin convinced Amun to come despite the danger, overruling the coven leader's objections. Thanks in advance is Benjamin's mate, calm and supportive, providing balance to his more energetic nature. Kebi is Amun's mate, utterly devoted to him, supporting his decisions without question. The coven structure is hierarchical, with Amun clearly in charge, but Benjamin's power creates tension. He's strong enough to leave, to break away, and form his own coven. Amun knows this and works constantly to keep Benjamin loyal, to maintain control through relationship rather than force. The coven represents the delicate balance many vampire families must maintain between power and loyalty, between leader and led. The Amazon coven consists of just two members, Zafrina and Senna. They live deep in the Amazon rainforest, far from human civilization, hunting animal blood not out of moral conviction, but out of practical isolation. There simply aren't enough humans in their territory to sustain them, so they adapted to animal blood out of necessity. Zafrina possesses the gift of creating visual illusions, able to make people see whatever she wants them to see. She can create entire landscapes in someone's vision, show them beauty or horror, trap them in illusions so realistic they cannot distinguish them from reality. Zafrina and Senna are deeply connected to their territory, protective of the rainforest and its inhabitants. They've lived there for centuries, becoming part of the ecosystem, apex predators in a land full of dangerous creatures. When the Cullens sought witnesses, they traveled to the Amazon to find Zafrina and Senna. The Amazons agreed to come, partly out of curiosity, partly out of respect for the Cullens' cause. Zafrina's gift would prove crucial in the standoff with the Volturi, providing a demonstration of power that made the Volturi reconsider their attack. The Irish coven brings together Siobhan, Liam, and Maggie. Siobhan leads the coven, a powerful vampire who may or may not possess the gift of reality manipulation. Carlyle suspects that Siobhan can influence outcomes through will alone, that when she decides something will happen a certain way, reality tends to conform to her expectations. Siobhan herself doesn't believe she has a gift, attributing favorable outcomes to planning and luck. But too many coincidences, too many times when things worked out exactly as Siobhan determined they would, suggest something more at work. Maggie possesses a clear gift. She can sense lies. When someone speaks a falsehood, she knows immediately. This makes her valuable as a judge of truth, able to verify claims and detect deception. Liam has no special gift, but he's fiercely loyal to Siobhan and protective of Maggie. The coven maintains a low profile, living quietly in Ireland, avoiding conflicts and Volturi attention. When the Cullens called for witnesses, the Irish coven came, bringing Maggie's lie detection and Siobhan's mysterious ability to make things work out as she plans. Nomadic vampires exist in far greater numbers than coven members. These are vampires who live alone or in pairs, who move constantly, who hunt humans without remorse or philosophical conflict. James, Victoria, and Laurent formed one such nomadic group, bound not by deep affection, but by convenience and mutual benefit. James was a tracker, able to hunt anyone through enhanced senses and intuition. Victoria could evade danger, her gift allowing her to find escape routes and avoid threats. Laurent was neither gifted nor particularly skilled, simply a vampire who found safety in numbers. This coven fell apart through their encounter with the Cullens. James became obsessed with hunting Bella Swan, viewing her as a challenge, the one prey who was protected by an entire coven. His obsession led to his death, destroyed by the Cullens when he tried to kill Bella. Laurent sought refuge with the Denali coven, attempting to adopt their lifestyle, but failed. He returned to drinking human blood and was eventually destroyed by the Quileute shapeshifters for hunting in their territory. Victoria survived longest, consumed by rage over James's death, creating an army of newborns to attack the Cullens. She too was ultimately destroyed, her death ending the coven entirely. Other nomadic vampires appear throughout the saga, most notably the witnesses gathered during the confrontation with the Volturi. These vampires came from around the world, representing the diversity of vampire existence. Some lived alone, some in pairs, some in small groups. Many had gifts, unusual abilities that made them valuable allies. Others brought simply their presence, their willingness to stand against the Volturi, serving as evidence that the Cullens weren't alone in questioning Volturi authority. The structure of vampire covens reveals much about vampire nature and the challenges of immortal existence. The need for companionship fights against territorial instincts and the competition for prey, the desire for family conflicts with the reality that most vampires view humans as food, making shared values difficult to establish. Power dynamics complicate relationships, as older, stronger, or more gifted vampires naturally dominate. Yet covens persist, formed and reformed across centuries, representing vampires' refusal to accept total isolation. Traditional coven structure places the creator in a parental role, with created vampires as children or subordinates. This structure reflects the bond of creation, the fact that a vampire's maker shapes their early existence, teaches them control, determines their survival or destruction. Many creators feel possessive of their creations, viewing them as property or extensions of themselves. Created vampires often struggle with this dynamic, wanting independence but bound by gratitude, loyalty, or simple survival necessity. The Cullens' rejection of this hierarchy, their insistence on equality and choice, makes them unusual in vampire society. Carlyle could demand obedience from Edward, Rosalie, and Esme. They would likely give it, at least initially, out of gratitude for their creation and rescue from death. But Carlyle doesn't want obedience. He wants family, genuine relationship based on mutual respect rather than power. This philosophy extends to Alice and Jasper, whom he welcomed despite not creating them, offering them family without demanding subservience in return. The existence of covens like the Cullens and Denalice proves that vampires can transcend their nature, can build communities based on shared values rather than simple survival advantage. But the Volturi's dominance proves that power ultimately determines vampire society's structure. The Volturi don't maintain control through philosophical arguments or moral authority. They maintain it through overwhelming force, through gifts that make them nearly invincible, through the willingness to destroy anyone who challenges them. Every other coven exists at their sufferance, allowed to continue only because they don't threaten Volturi power. The confrontation between the Cullens and the Volturi revealed the fragility of this power structure. When enough covens gathered, when enough gifted vampires stood together, even the Volturi had to reconsider their approach. The Volturi didn't back down out of mercy or justice. They backed down because destroying the Cullens would have cost them too many guard members, would have weakened them enough that challengers like the Romanians might have seen an opportunity. Power remained the ultimate currency, but the demonstration that the Cullens could gather equivalent power changed the equation. The future of vampire covens remains uncertain. The Volturi continue to rule, but their authority has been questioned, their invincibility challenged. Other covens have seen that gathering together, combining gifts and strength, can create power that rivals the ancient rulers. Whether this leads to more cooperation among vampires, to the formation of larger alliances, or simply to more conflict as various groups test their strength against Volturi authority, remains to be seen. What's certain is that vampire society, hidden for millennia, has entered a period of change, of questioning old structures, of imagining new possibilities for immortal existence. Vampire society, despite its hidden nature and scattered population, operates under a system of laws. These are not laws created through democratic process or mutual agreement among equals. They are edicts, rules enforced by the most powerful vampire coven in existence, backed by overwhelming force and the willingness to destroy anyone who disobeys. The Volturi did not ask for the authority to make and enforce these laws. They seized it, establishing themselves as vampire royalty through centuries of calculated violence and strategic recruitment of gifted vampires. Their rule is absolute not because it is just or wise, but because no one possesses the power to challenge them and survive. The Volturi's rise to power began nearly 3,000 years ago in the ruins of what would become Italy. The vampire world at that time was chaotic, dangerous, even by immortal standards. Vampires lived openly among humans in some regions, setting themselves up as gods and demons, demanding worship or spreading terror. The Romanian coven exemplified this approach, ruling over human populations from massive fortresses, creating spectacle and myth, treating mortals as subjects and cattle. They built armies of vampires, hundreds strong, using their numbers to dominate other covens and control vast territories. But this visibility carried risks that the Romanians either ignored or failed to understand. Humans, despite being weaker individually, possessed numbers that vampires could never match. More importantly, humans possessed the capacity for organized resistance. When vampires revealed themselves too openly, when they made their predation too obvious, humans responded with witch hunts, with armed mobs, with fire and fury. These human responses rarely succeeded in destroying vampires, but they created chaos, forced vampires to flee or fight, disrupted the comfortable predation that vampires preferred. Aro, Caius, and Marcus recognized this problem and saw opportunity within it. They positioned themselves as reformers, vampires who understood that secrecy served their kind better than spectacle. They began to gather allies, recruiting gifted vampires who could provide tactical advantages. They found Jane and Alec, the witch twins, in a medieval village where they were being burned at the stake for supposed witchcraft. Aro transformed them just before the flames could kill them, gaining two of the most powerful offensive gifts in vampire existence. Jane's ability to create pain illusions and Alec's power to cut off all senses gave the Volturi weapons that could incapacitate dozens of enemies simultaneously. With these gifts and others they collected, the Volturi began their campaign against the Romanian coven. They framed their war as necessary, as protecting vampires from human discovery and retaliation. They argued that the Romanians' openness, their creation of immortal children and massive armies, threatened all vampires. Some covens believed this reasoning. Others simply recognized which side would win and chose accordingly. The war itself was brutal, spanning decades, destroying covens across Europe. Vampires were torn apart and burned in numbers that had never been seen before or since. The decisive battle came when the Volturi's accumulated gifts overwhelmed the Romanians' numerical advantage. Jane and Alec disabled entire groups of Romanian soldiers. Chelsea broke the loyalty bonds that held Romanian allies together, causing defections and collapse of morale. Dimitri tracked Romanian leaders who tried to flee, ensuring none escaped. The Volturi destroyed the Romanian armies, burned their fortresses, and established themselves as the unquestioned authority in the vampire world. Only Vladimir and Stefan, the Romanian leaders, escaped destruction, fleeing into hiding where they've nursed their hatred for 3,000 years. Having seized power, the Volturi needed to maintain it. They did this through a combination of useful laws that genuinely served vampire interests and self-serving edicts that consolidated their authority. The foundation of all Volturi law is secrecy. Vampires must remain hidden from human awareness. This law serves practical purposes, preventing organized human resistance, allowing vampires to hunt without interference, protecting the vampire world from the chaos that exposure would bring. But it also serves the Volturi's interests by preventing other vampires from building the kind of open power bases that the Romanians once held. The secrecy law manifests in several specific prohibitions. Vampires cannot reveal themselves to humans who will not be immediately killed or transformed. This means that if a vampire exposes their nature to a human, they must either kill that human or transform them into a vampire. There are no other options. The human cannot be left alive with knowledge of vampires, as that knowledge could spread, could lead to exposure. This law puts vampires in difficult positions, forcing them to become murderers or creators when accidents of exposure occur. The Cullens encountered this law directly through Bella Swan. When Edward revealed himself to her, when she learned what he was and survived the knowledge, the Volturi took interest. By their law, Bella should have been killed or transformed immediately. The Cullens argued for an exception, claiming they would transform Bella eventually, that she wanted to become a vampire and join their family. The Volturi allowed a delay, but they made clear that Bella would be either vampire or corpse. No other outcome was acceptable. The second major law prohibits the creation of immortal children. This law is absolute, with no exceptions ever granted. An immortal child is a human child, usually a toddler or young child, who has been transformed into a vampire. The creation of immortal children was once common, done for various reasons. Vampires who wanted eternal children, who found human children beautiful and wanted to preserve that beauty, who believed a child's innocence would remain in vampire form. All of these creators were wrong, and the consequences were catastrophic. Immortal children appear beautiful, innocent, loving. They retain the appearance and some of the behaviors of human children, but they possess vampire strength, vampire speed, and vampire thirst without any ability to control these impulses. A 3-year-old vampire grows thirsty and feeds, slaughtering everyone in sight without comprehension of what they're doing. They cannot be taught control because their minds are frozen at an age before abstract reasoning develops. They cannot understand consequences, cannot learn from experience in the way that would allow them to manage their nature. Worse, immortal children are nearly impossible to resist for the vampires who create them. The child's appearance, their seeming innocence and vulnerability creates powerful protective instincts in their creator. When humans inevitably notice the pattern of death surrounding the child, when they come to destroy the obvious monster, the creator defends their immortal child with all their vampire power. Entire villages have been slaughtered by vampires protecting immortal children who were themselves slaughtering humans. The cycle of death spirals out of control rapidly. The Volturi's response to immortal children is immediate and absolute. When they discover an immortal child, they destroy it along with everyone who knew about it. The creator dies. Anyone who helped create or hide the child dies. Witnesses who knew but didn't report it die. The Volturi show no mercy, because they believe mercy in these cases threatens all vampires. One immortal child, allowed to exist, could expose the vampire world through the trail of death it inevitably creates. so they eliminate the threat entirely, burning away every trace of the immortal child and those connected to it. The Denali coven suffered under this law 1,000 years ago. The sisters created an immortal child out of affection and ignorance, not understanding the prohibition or its reasons. When the Volturi discovered the child, they destroyed her. They spared the sisters only because they genuinely hadn't known the law, because their grief and remorse were absolute. But the sisters never forgot the sight of their child burning, never stopped feeling the guilt for the deaths she caused before her destruction. That trauma drove them to adopt Carlyle's vegetarian lifestyle, seeking some form of atonement. This law would nearly destroy the Cullens centuries later. Irina, one of the Denali sisters, saw Renesmee Cullen from a distance. She saw what appeared to be an immortal child, a young girl with vampire speed and beauty. Irina, still traumatized by her coven's experience with their own immortal child, reported what she saw to the Volturi. She believed she was doing the right thing, preventing the deaths that an immortal child would cause, perhaps even protecting the Cullens from themselves by exposing the child before more damage was done. The Volturi came to Forks, expecting to find and destroy an immortal child along with the Cullens who had created it. But Renesmee was not an immortal child. She was a hybrid, half vampire and half human, capable of growth and learning, possessing control that an immortal child could never achieve. The distinction saved the Cullens, but only barely. The Volturi had to be convinced through testimony and demonstration that Renesmee was not the prohibited immortal child. Irina, realizing her mistake too late, was destroyed for bearing false witness, for bringing the Volturi to confront the Cullens over a law that hadn't actually been broken. The third major category of vampire law concerns the creation and control of newborn vampires. When a vampire creates another vampire, they accept responsibility for that newborn. The creator must teach control, must ensure the newborn doesn't draw attention through reckless killing or public display of abilities. This law exists because newborns are dangerous, stronger than older vampires, driven by intense thirst, lacking the experience and self-control needed to exist safely in the modern world. A newborn left without guidance will kill indiscriminately, creating the kind of attention that threatens the secrecy law. Patterns of death, bodies drained of blood, disappearances that cluster in ways that suggest a predator. These raise human suspicions. In the past, before modern forensics and communication, such patterns might go unnoticed or be attributed to disease or wild animals. In the modern era, with news media and police investigations and internet connectivity, patterns of death draw immediate attention. A reckless newborn could expose vampires through sheer body count. Therefore, creators must control their newborns or destroy them. If a newborn cannot be taught discretion, cannot learn to hunt without creating obvious patterns, cannot master the basic requirements of vampire existence, their creator must end them. This seems harsh, but the alternative, allowing an uncontrolled newborn to continue killing, obviously threatens all vampires. The Volturi enforce this law by destroying both the newborn and the creator when violations occur. The reasoning is that a vampire who cannot properly train their creation should not have created anyone in the first place. This law became particularly relevant during the Southern Vampire Wars of the 19th century. Vampires in the American South discovered that newborns, despite their lack of experience, possessed superior strength. A newborn could tear apart vampires who had existed for centuries, at least in the first year of their transformation. Ambitious vampires like Maria began creating newborn armies, transforming dozens or hundreds of humans to use as soldiers in territorial disputes. These armies fought each other, with newborns being destroyed in massive numbers, creating new newborns to replace casualties. The Southern Wars threatened the secrecy law through sheer scale. Hundreds of humans were being transformed. Thousands were being killed as the newborn armies fed and fought. The disappearances drew attention. Legends grew. The Volturi eventually intervened, destroying the newborn armies and making clear that such large-scale creation of vampires would not be tolerated. They didn't object to the wars themselves. Vampires killing each other was acceptable, but the visibility, the risk of exposure, the violation of the law requiring control of created newborns, all of this demanded response. Jasper Hale survived those wars, having been forced to create and destroy newborns for Maria's army. His experience left him traumatized, disgusted by the violence and waste. He witnessed newborns being created purely as weapons, taught just enough to fight, then destroyed when they became less useful as their newborn strength faded. The whole system was brutal, using transformation as a tool for creating disposable soldiers. When Jasper finally escaped, when Alice found him and showed him the possibility of a different existence, he embraced it desperately. The Volturi themselves serve as enforcers of all these laws. They are police, judge, jury, and executioner combined. When they hear of potential violations, they investigate. When they confirm violations, they destroy the violators. There is no appeal process, no defense beyond immediate demonstration of innocence, no mercy beyond the Volturi choosing to grant it. Their justice is swift and absolute, designed to maintain order through fear and certainty of punishment. But the Volturi's enforcement is not applied equally. They have been known to overlook violations when it suits them, to delay punishment for strategic reasons, to use accusations of law-breaking as pretexts for eliminating covens they see as threats. The laws are tools for maintaining Volturi power as much as they are genuine attempts at governing vampire society. When the Cullens were accused of creating an immortal child, the Volturi came not primarily to enforce that law, but because they saw an opportunity to acquire Alice, Edward, and Bella's gifts for their guard. Arrow, in particular, has always been more interested in collecting gifted vampires than in pure law enforcement. He sees talented vampires as resources, abilities that could strengthen the Volturi's grip on power. When he encounters a gifted vampire, he offers them a choice: join the guard or be destroyed. He frames this as an honor, an opportunity to serve vampire law and maintain order. But it's coercion, pure and simple. Most gifted vampires who refuse Arrow's invitation are killed, their gifts eliminated rather than allowed to exist outside Volturi control. Carlisle Cullen experienced this directly during his time with the Volturi. Arrow was fascinated by Carlisle's compassion and his choice to drink only animal blood. He wanted Carlisle to join the guard, believing that such unusual philosophy, combined with Carlisle's growing medical knowledge, could be useful. But Carlisle refused. He couldn't accept the Volturi's casual destruction of life, their view of humans as mere prey, their willingness to kill vampires for the smallest violations or perceived threats. Arrow let Carlisle leave, one of the few times he's allowed a refusal to stand, perhaps because he recognized that Carlisle's philosophy made him ineffective as an enforcer. The structure of the Volturi reflects their priorities and the personalities of their leaders. Arrow, Caius, and Marcus form the core, the three ancients who founded the coven and established its power. Aro is the strategist, the one who plans and manipulates, who sees 10 moves ahead and positions the Volturi accordingly. Caius is the enforcer, the one who argues for harsh punishment and enjoys the destruction of lawbreakers. Marcus is the observer, using his gift to see relationships and bonds, though his deep depression makes him largely indifferent to the proceedings. The Volturi Guard serves these leaders, organized into several tiers. The most powerful are those with offensive gifts, Jane and Alec, whose abilities can incapacitate multiple opponents, Chelsea, who can break emotional bonds and ensure loyalty, Dimitri, whose tracking makes escape impossible. These are the weapons that make the Volturi nearly invincible, the gifts that allow them to overwhelm any opposition. Below them are the physically powerful guards like Felix, who serve as executioners, tearing apart condemned vampires. Then there are the administrative and protective gifts. Renata provides Aro with her physical shield, ensuring no one can approach him with harmful intent. Heidi uses her gift to attract humans, luring tourist groups into the Volturi compound to serve as food for the guard. Corin creates feelings of contentment, keeping the Volturi's non-guard vampire companions happy and unwilling to leave. Each gift serves a purpose in maintaining Volturi power and comfort. The Volturi maintain their headquarters in Volterra, Italy, in tunnels and chambers beneath the city. They've lived there for nearly 3,000 years, establishing themselves in human society as mysterious nobles, occasionally emerging to participate in city life, but mostly remaining hidden. The tunnels provide security, multiple escape routes, and the privacy needed for their true nature. Tourists visit Volterra without knowing that beneath their feet, vampire royalty holds court and passes judgment on their kind. The enforcement actions the Volturi undertake vary in scale. Sometimes they send a small group to investigate minor violations, to verify reports, to deliver warnings. Other times they come in force, bringing the entire guard when they expect resistance or when they want to make a statement. The confrontation with the Cullens saw the largest gathering of Volturi power in centuries. They brought everyone, Aro, Caius, and Marcus, the entire guard, even witnesses to testify to the righteousness of their cause. They expected a battle, expected to destroy the Cullens and anyone who stood with them. But that confrontation revealed the limits of Volturi power. When the Cullens gathered witnesses, when covens from around the world stood together, the Volturi faced something they hadn't encountered in millennia: credible opposition. The combined gifts of the Cullens and their allies created a defense that might have survived even the Volturi's assault. Bella's shield could protect against Jane and Alec. Benjamin's elemental control could create chaos on the battlefield. Zephrina's illusions could disorient the guard. The Volturi realized that destroying the Cullens would cost them dearly, might result in the destruction of multiple guard members, so they backed down. Not because the Cullens were innocent, though Renesmee's nature as a hybrid, rather than an immortal child, provided legal cover. They backed down because the cost of victory was too high. This pragmatic retreat was presented as justice, as the Volturi recognizing that no law had actually been broken. But everyone present understood the truth. The Volturi maintained power through superior force, and when faced with nearly equal force, they chose survival over enforcement. This confrontation changed something fundamental in vampire society. For 3,000 years, the Volturi's word had been absolute law, backed by the certainty that they could destroy anyone who disobeyed. But the standoff demonstrated that gathering enough gifted vampires, creating alliances, could check Volturi power. The ancient authority had been questioned, their invincibility revealed as conditional rather than absolute. What this means for the future remains uncertain. Will other covens begin to resist Volturi edicts? Will new alliances form to challenge their authority? Or will the Volturi respond to this challenge by becoming more aggressive, destroying potential opposition before it can gather? The laws themselves remain necessary in some form. Vampire secrecy genuinely protects all vampires from human retaliation. The prohibition on immortal children prevents genuine catastrophes. The requirement that creators control their newborns stops patterns of death that would draw attention. But the Volturi's enforcement of these laws has always mixed genuine necessity with self-serving protection of their power. They use law as a tool for maintaining dominance, accusing rivals of violations to justify destroying them, overlooking violations by those who serve their interests. The question facing vampire society is whether law and authority can be separated from the Volturi specifically. Could different vampires enforce the necessary laws without the Volturi's corruption and self-interest? Could vampire society create some form of collective governance rather than rule by the strongest? The challenges are enormous. Vampires are solitary by nature, competitive, driven by individual thirst and desire. Creating democratic structures, or even just different authoritarian structures, would require cooperation that vampires have rarely achieved. For now, the Volturi remain in power, their authority questioned, but not broken. They continue to enforce the laws, continue to collect gifted vampires, continue to present themselves as the necessary guardians of vampire secrecy and safety. Other covens watch them more carefully now, aware that Volturi power has limits, aware that resistance is possible. The ancient Romans, Vladimir and Stefan, wait for their chance at revenge, hoping that the cracks shown in the confrontation will widen into breaks. And in Forks, the Cullens live with the knowledge that they challenged the vampire authority and survived. But that survival came at the cost of making enemies of the most powerful coven in existence. The moment a human wakes from transformation, they enter the most dangerous phase of vampire existence. For the first year, perhaps slightly longer, they are newborns, beings of pure instinct and overwhelming power, driven by a thirst so intense it drowns out reason, morality, and self-preservation. Newborns are stronger than vampires who have existed for centuries, faster in their reactions, more vicious in their attacks, but they are also wild, uncontrolled, lacking the discipline and strategy that older vampires develop through experience. A newborn is a weapon without aim, a force of nature that destroys everything in its path until time and feeding gradually restore some measure of control. The physical superiority of newborns seems paradoxical at first. How can a vampire who has existed for mere days or weeks be stronger than one who has survived for centuries? The answer lies in the transformation itself, in the residual human blood that still lingers in newborn tissues. The venom doesn't completely replace human blood immediately. Traces remain, saturating the muscles, enhancing the already supernatural strength that vampirism provides. This blood-enhanced strength is temporary, fading over the first year as the last traces of human blood are consumed by the venom and replaced entirely by vampire physiology. During this brief window, newborns possess strength that even ancient vampires cannot match through experience or skill. A newborn can tear apart a century-old vampire in direct physical confrontation. They can crush stone with less effort, can move with explosive speed that makes older vampires seem slow by comparison. This temporary surge of power is why ambitious vampires throughout history have created newborn armies, transforming humans specifically to exploit their enhanced strength in battles against other vampires. The strategy is brutally effective in the short term, though managing and controlling newborns presents challenges that often outweigh the advantages. But strength alone doesn't define the newborn phase. The thirst is what truly characterizes those early months of vampire existence. The burning in the throat that all vampires experience is magnified 100-fold in newborns. It's not merely uncomfortable or distracting, it's agony, a fire that consumes all thought, that reduces the newborn to pure need. Every instinct screams for blood. Every sense focuses on finding prey. The scent of humans becomes overwhelming, irresistible, drowning out everything else. A newborn who catches human scent will hunt that human with single-minded determination, unable to think of anything else until the thirst is temporarily satisfied. This intensity of thirst makes newborns incredibly dangerous to humans and to the secrecy that protects vampire society. A newborn cannot resist human blood. They cannot exercise the control that allows older vampires to walk among humans without attacking. If a newborn enters a populated area, they will kill, and they will likely kill messily, leaving obvious evidence of predation. Bodies drained of blood, patterns of death, the kind of attention that threatens exposure. These are the inevitable results of an uncontrolled newborn in human territory. The loss of control extends beyond simple feeding. Newborns are emotionally volatile, subject to mood swings and violent outbursts. The transformation preserves personality to some degree, but it also amplifies emotions, strips away the learned control that humans develop, leaves the newborn reacting to everything with vampire intensity. Anger becomes rage, fear becomes panic, curiosity becomes obsession. Without the tempering influence of experience, without the memory of consequences, and the learned responses that guide older vampires, newborns act on impulse, often with disastrous results. This volatility makes newborns dangerous, not just to humans, but to each other and to their creators. Newborn vampires have been known to attack their makers, to destroy the very vampire who gave them immortality, simply because their emotions overwhelm their capacity for gratitude or loyalty. They fight each other over territory, over prey, over perceived slights. They cannot maintain the careful social structures that older vampires develop, cannot navigate the complex politics of coven life, cannot moderate their responses to achieve long-term goals. The transformation from human to vampire doesn't erase human memory or personality, but the newborn phase often makes those memories feel distant, less important than the immediate demands of thirst and instinct. A newborn might remember their human life, might recall loved ones and values, and the person they used to be, but in the moment, when the thirst burns and prey is near, those memories cannot compete with the overwhelming need to feed. Later, after the thirst is temporarily satisfied, the newborn might feel horror or guilt at what they've done, but in the next moment of hunger, the cycle repeats. Bella Swan's experience as a newborn was exceptional, so unusual that it amazed even ancient vampires. She woke with remarkable control, able to resist human blood on her first attempt, able to moderate her strength, able to think clearly despite the burning thirst. This control came partly from her preparation, She knew what to expect, had mentally prepared for the challenges, had committed herself to the vegetarian lifestyle before transformation. But it also came from her gift, from the mental shield that protected her mind from the overwhelming sensory input that drives most newborns to distraction. For typical newborns, the experience is far more chaotic. They wake disoriented, overwhelmed by enhanced senses, driven by thirst they cannot understand or resist. Everything is too bright, too loud, too intense. The scent of blood calls to them from miles away. Their own strength surprises them. They break things without meaning to, hurt people they don't intend to harm, destroy their surroundings through simple inability to moderate their power. Learning to control vampire strength while consumed by vampire thirst is nearly impossible without guidance. This is why vampire lore places responsibility for newborns on their creators. A vampire who transforms a human must teach that newborn control, must manage their feeding, must ensure they don't create the patterns of death that threaten exposure. This responsibility is both practical and legal. Practically, an uncontrolled newborn threatens the creator as much as anyone else, drawing attention that could bring the Volturi's judgment. Legally, the Volturi hold creators accountable for their newborn's actions. If a newborn violates the secrecy law, both newborn and creator face destruction. Teaching a newborn is challenging under the best circumstances. The creator must satisfy the newborn's thirst enough to allow for moments of clarity, must use those moments to establish rules and expectations, must enforce those rules through whatever means necessary. Some creators use physical dominance, overpowering the newborn when they lose control, demonstrating superior fighting skill, if not superior strength. Others use psychological manipulation, forming bonds of loyalty or fear that give them influence over the newborn's behavior. The most successful creators combine both approaches, using strength to establish authority and relationship to maintain it. Jasper Hale's experience creating and managing newborns for Maria's army demonstrated the darkest possibilities of this relationship. Maria transformed humans specifically to create soldiers, teaching them only enough to fight, keeping them controlled through Jasper's gift of emotional manipulation. Jasper would flood the newborns with calm or aggression as needed, making them docile during training and vicious during battle. But he would also destroy them when they outlived their usefulness, when their newborn strength faded and they became less valuable as soldiers. The whole system was brutal, using transformation as a tool for creating disposable weapons. The Southern Vampire Wars of the 19th century represented the peak of newborn army creation. Vampires in Mexico and the American South discovered that newborns, despite their lack of skill, could overwhelm older vampires through sheer strength. Ambitious vampires began transforming humans in large numbers, creating armies that sometimes numbered in the hundreds. These armies fought territorial wars, battling for hunting grounds and dominance. The newborns were expendable, created to fight and die, with new ones constantly being transformed to replace casualties. The wars created carnage on a scale that threatened the fundamental secrecy of vampires. Thousands of humans disappeared, transformed or killed to feed the newborn armies. The patterns of death drew attention even in the relatively sparse populations of 19th century Americas. Legends grew. Humans began to suspect that something supernatural was hunting them. The Volturi eventually intervened, sending delegations to destroy the newborn armies and execute the vampires who had created them. They made clear that such large-scale transformation would not be tolerated. that the threat to secrecy outweighed any tactical advantage. Maria survived the Volturi's purge because she was more careful than her rivals, because she kept her army smaller and better controlled, because Jasper's gift allowed her to manage newborns more effectively than other creators could. But the cost of survival was isolation and constant vigilance. Maria couldn't expand her territory because expansion would mean creating more newborns, which would draw Volturi attention. She existed in a careful balance, maintaining just enough power to defend her territory, but not enough to threaten the secrecy law. Jasper eventually fled Maria's service, unable to bear the emotional weight of what he was doing. His gift made him feel the fear and pain of every newborn he destroyed, every human they killed. The accumulated trauma of decades of creation and destruction drove him to leave, to seek some alternative to the endless violence. When Alice found him and showed him the Cullens lifestyle, he embraced it desperately, seeing in the vegetarian philosophy a chance to escape the horror of his past. The transition from newborn to older vampire happens gradually over the first year. The enhanced strength begins to fade as the last traces of human blood are consumed. The thirst, while never disappearing, becomes more manageable, less all-consuming. The newborn begins to remember their human values and personality more clearly, to integrate their vampire nature with their human identity. Control develops through practice and experience, through learning to moderate strength, through developing strategies for managing thirst. Different vampires transition at different rates. Some achieve relative control within months, able to function around humans with minimal risk of losing control. Others struggle for years, requiring isolation and careful management by their creator or coven. The speed of transition seems to depend on several factors: the strength of the individual's will, the quality of teaching they receive, the support structure available to them, and perhaps most importantly, their commitment to control. The Cullens have developed specific methods for managing newborn transitions, methods refined over the centuries since Carlyle began creating his family. They isolate the newborn initially, keeping them away from human populations until the most intense phase of thirst passes. They hunt frequently, keeping the newborn well fed so that the burning in their throat doesn't overwhelm their capacity for reason. They teach through combination of explanation and demonstration, showing the newborn how to control their strength, how to resist the call of human blood, how to function as a vampire without being a monster. Edward's transition was relatively smooth, though not without difficulty. He woke with Carlyle as his guide, a creator who had centuries of experience controlling thirst and could teach from that experience. Edward's gift of telepathy helped him understand the mindset Carlyle was trying to instill, could hear the reasoning behind the vegetarian philosophy directly from Carlyle's thoughts. But even with these advantages, Edward struggled. The thirst was overwhelming. The scent of humans called to him. For his first years, he required isolation, living with Carlyle away from human populations, learning control in an environment where mistakes wouldn't be fatal. Rosalie's transition was harder. She woke consumed by rage, focused not on managing her new nature, but on using it for revenge. Carlyle taught her control, but her motivation for learning wasn't philosophical. It was practical. She needed control to achieve her revenge against the men who had assaulted her. She learned to resist the thirst for human blood because giving into it would distract her from her true goal. After her revenge was complete, after she had killed her attackers, she maintained control partly out of loyalty to Carlyle and partly because she had already invested the effort in learning, Emmett's transition was perhaps the most straightforward. He woke with natural good humor intact, confused but not enraged, curious about his new existence rather than horrified by it. Rosalie guided him, and perhaps her own recent experience made her an effective teacher. She knew what the burning thirst felt like, could explain it from fresh memory. Emmett learned control relatively quickly, aided by his easygoing nature and his love for Rosalie, which gave him powerful motivation to master the vegetarian lifestyle that she and the family practiced. The question of whether transformation is a gift or a curse weighs heavily on many newborns. They didn't choose this existence. Most were dying, transformed as an alternative to death, given immortality without the opportunity to refuse it. They wake to find themselves changed fundamentally, given powers they didn't ask for, burdened with a thirst that defines their existence. Some embrace vampirism, seeing it as an improvement over their human limitations. Others, like Rosalie, resent the transformation despite understanding that the alternative was death. This question becomes particularly complicated when the transformation is truly involuntary, when the human was not dying but was transformed for other reasons. Victoria's creation of Riley Beers exemplifies this dark possibility. Riley was a normal human, a college student with his whole life ahead of him. Victoria transformed him specifically to manipulate him, to create a companion she could control and use in her revenge against the Cullens. Riley woke to vampire existence confused and dependent, with Victoria as his only source of information about his new nature. She lied to him, told him the Cullens were evil, used his newborn intensity of emotion to forge loyalty and eventually love. Riley never had the chance to make informed choices about his vampire existence. He was a tool, created and shaped for Victoria's purposes. The ethics of creation, of forcing immortality on someone who cannot consent, troubles vampires like Carlyle deeply. He has created vampires, but only when they were dying, only when the alternative was death. He frames transformation as rescue, as offering life when death was certain. But even he acknowledges the moral complexity, the fact that he's making a choice for someone else, determining that immortality as a vampire is preferable to death. What if the human would have chosen death? What if they would have rejected immortality if given the choice? These questions have no easy answers. The newborn phase, despite its dangers and difficulties, is also a time of wonder and possibility. Everything is new. The world appears in colors humans cannot see, with details humans cannot perceive. Strength and speed that seemed impossible are suddenly effortless. The newborn experiences their first hunt, their first real test of their abilities, their first moments of the clarity that comes after feeding. For some, these experiences create joy, a sense of having transcended human limitations. For others, they create horror, a recognition of what they've become and what they must do to survive. Britanna's brief existence as a newborn illuminates the tragedy that often accompanies transformation. She was created by Victoria as part of the newborn army meant to attack the Cullens. Bree woke, confused and frightened, surrounded by other newborns who were equally confused and violent. She received no real guidance, no teaching about control or the rules of vampire existence. She learned through observation and survival, figuring out how to manage her strength and thirst through trial and error. When she was captured by the Cullens during the battle, she encountered for the first time vampires who weren't constantly violent, who showed her compassion, but it was too late. The The Volturi destroyed her for being part of an illegal newborn army, ending her existence before she ever had the chance to truly live as a vampire. The waste of newborn armies, the casual creation and destruction of vampires for tactical advantage, represents one of the darkest aspects of vampire society. These newborns are people, transformed humans with thoughts and feelings and the potential for growth, but they're used as weapons, taught only enough to fight, then destroyed when they're no longer useful. The Southern Wars saw thousands of vampires created and destroyed in this way, thousands of humans transformed only to die again within months. The practice continues in smaller scale, with vampires occasionally creating newborns for specific purposes, planning their destruction from the beginning. The Volturi's prohibition on newborn armies is one of their more justified laws. Uncontrolled creation of vampires threatens secrecy through the sheer number of deaths required to feed large groups of newborns. It also creates instability, as newborn armies fight each other or attack established covens, disrupting the careful balance that allows vampires to exist hidden within human society. But the law also serves Volturi interests, preventing other vampires from gathering the kind of military force that might challenge Volturi authority. A well-trained newborn army, properly controlled, could potentially threaten even the Volturi Guard. The transition beyond the newborn phase marks a vampire's true beginning. The first year is survival, instinct, learning the basics of control and existence. But after that year, when the newborn strength fades and the thirst becomes manageable, the vampire can begin to truly develop. They can pursue interests, form genuine relationships, make choices about how they want to exist. They're no longer driven purely by instinct, but can act with intention and planning. This is when vampire life truly begins, when the transformed human becomes a vampire person rather than simply a vampire creature. For the Cullens, helping newborns through this transition is part of their commitment to treating vampires as people rather than monsters. They believe that every vampire, given proper teaching and support, can choose compassion over violence, can develop control, can become something more than a predator. This belief drives their careful approach to transformation, their investment in teaching newborns, their patience with the difficulties of the transition. They see in every newborn the potential for the choice they've made, the possibility of a vampire who doesn't have to be a killer. Among all the mysteries of vampire existence, few are as profound or poorly understood as the mating bond. Vampires can form many kinds of relationships, friendships, alliances, family connections, casual companionship, but the mate bond is something entirely different, a connection so intense and permanent that it reshapes the vampire's entire existence. When a vampire finds their mate, when that recognition occurs, everything changes. The bond is immediate, absolute, and unbreakable. It transcends choice, operating on a level deeper than conscious decision. A vampire might choose their friends, might decide to join a coven, might select companions for various reasons, but they do not choose their mate. The mate chooses them, or perhaps more accurately, some force beyond their control makes the choice for them. The recognition of a mate is instantaneous. A vampire sees or encounters another person, vampire or human, and knows with complete certainty that this is their mate. There is no gradual realization, no slow building of affection that eventually becomes love. The bond forms in a moment, hitting with the force of absolute truth. Edward Cullen describes seeing Bella Swan for the first time in terms that suggest religious experience. a fundamental reordering of his existence around her presence. Everything that mattered before becomes secondary. The mate becomes the center, the purpose, the reason for continued existence. This immediacy raises fascinating questions about the nature of the bond. Is it recognition of compatibility, some supernatural sense detecting that two individuals are perfectly suited for each other? Is it random, a cosmic lottery that assigns mates without regard to personality or values? Is it destiny, some predetermined pairing written into the fabric of reality? No one knows. Vampires experience the bond, but they don't understand it. They can describe how it feels, but not why it happens or what mechanism creates it. What is clear is that the bond operates beyond rational thought or conscious desire. A vampire cannot decide they want a particular person to be their mate and make it so through force of will. The bond either exists or it doesn't. This lack of control troubles some vampires, particularly those who value autonomy and choice. They find themselves bound to another person through no decision of their own, their entire existence suddenly dependent on someone else's well-being and presence. For others, the bond is a relief, an end to the isolation that defines much of vampire existence, a connection that makes immortality bearable. The intensity of the mate bond is difficult to overstate. It's not simply strong romantic love or deep commitment. It's an absolute need, a recognition that the mate is essential to existence in the same way that blood is essential. A vampire can survive without their mate, can continue existing if separated or if the mate dies, but that survival is hollow, empty, a matter of simply continuing rather than truly living. Many vampires who lose their mates seek destruction shortly after, unable to bear the weight of existence without the one person who made that existence meaningful. Carlyle and Esme Cullen exemplify the mate bond in its most positive form. Carlyle had existed alone for nearly 300 years when he found Esme. He had companionship, purpose through his medical work, satisfaction in his philosophy and lifestyle, but he was fundamentally alone in a way that created a deep ache he'd learned to ignore. When he recognized Esme as his mate, everything changed. Suddenly, he wasn't alone. Suddenly, immortality didn't stretch ahead as an endless solitary journey, but as something to be shared. The relief, the joy, the sense of completion was overwhelming. Esme's experience mirrors Carlyle's, but from a different starting point. She woke from transformation to find herself in a strange new existence, her human life and its tragedies left behind. But she wasn't alone. Carlyle was there, and the moment she truly saw him, the bond formed. She loved him instantly, completely, with an intensity that defined her new vampire existence. For Esme, the mate bond was rescue not just from death, but from the grief and loss that had driven her to suicide. In Carlyle, she found purpose, love, and reason to embrace immortality rather than resent it. Their relationship demonstrates the mate bond's capacity to create genuine partnership. They've been together for over a century, and their love hasn't diminished or settled into comfortable routine. It remains intense, consuming, the center of both their existences. They support each other, strengthen each other, find in each other the courage to maintain their difficult vegetarian lifestyle and their commitment to treating vampires as people rather than monsters. The bond didn't just create love between them. It created a unit, a partnership stronger than either individual alone. Rosalie and Emmett represent a different expression of the mate bond, equally intense, but manifesting differently. Rosalie recognized Emmett as her mate the moment she found him dying, which is why she was able to carry him over 100 miles without drinking his blood despite being a young vampire herself. The bond gave her strength to resist her thirst, made his survival more important than her own need to feed. When Emmett woke and recognized Rosalie as his mate in turn, their connection solidified into something unshakable. Their relationship is passionate, physical, characterized by intensity in all forms. They're the most openly affectionate couple in the Cullen family, comfortable displaying their love, frequently touching and embracing. They've broken up and reunited multiple times over their decades together, their intense natures leading to equally intense conflicts. But they always return to each other because the mate bond makes separation unbearable. Their fights are storms that pass, leaving the bond intact and unchanged underneath. Alice and Jasper's mating demonstrates that the bond can form even before meeting, that it operates through time in ways that challenge understanding. Alice saw Jasper in visions before they met, saw their future together, knew he was her mate though she'd never encountered him. She waited for him, confident in her visions, knowing exactly when and where he would appear. When Jasper arrived at the diner where Alice was waiting, the bond formed for him as it had already formed for her in her visions. They left together, already mated, already committed, though they'd just met in the physical sense. Their relationship shows how the mate bond can be healing, how the right partner can help a vampire overcome trauma and find new purpose. Jasper came to Alice broken, traumatized by his decades creating and destroying newborns, sickened by the violence he'd been forced to perpetrate. Alice showed him a different possibility, a family that didn't kill humans, a way of existing that didn't require endless violence. The mate bond gave him the strength to attempt the vegetarian lifestyle, despite his gift making him feel the suffering of every human the Cullens didn't kill. His love for Alice, his need to be worthy of her faith in him, pulled him toward becoming better than he believed he could be. But the mate bond is not always positive. It can create obsession as easily as love, possession as easily as partnership. James and Victoria were mates, though their bond was twisted, dark, characterized by shared violence rather than genuine affection. When James died, Victoria's response was not grief in any recognizable form but rage, an all-consuming need for revenge against those who had destroyed her mate. She created a newborn army, manipulated Riley Beers, orchestrated attacks that killed dozens of people, all to avenge James. The mate bond drove her to these actions, but it didn't make them loving or healthy. Victoria's case raises the question of whether the mate bond can be evil, whether it can create connections that bring out the worst in both partners rather than the best. Or perhaps the bond is neutral, simply intensifying whatever the individuals already were. James was a hunter who enjoyed the chase, who found pleasure in terrorizing prey. Victoria shared these tendencies. Their bond didn't create their darkness, but amplified it, gave them a partner who understood and encouraged their worst impulses. Together they were more dangerous than either would have been alone. Their mate bond, making them a more effective hunting team. The permanence of the mate bond creates particular tragedy when one mate dies. The surviving vampire faces a choice: continue existing in a world without their other half, or seek destruction to end the unbearable pain of loss. Many choose destruction. Marcus of the Volturi chose continued existence, but at a terrible cost. When his mate Didymi died thousands of years ago, something in Marcus broke completely. He continues to exist, continues to fulfill his role in the Volturi, but he cares about nothing. He's waiting for death, but cannot bring himself to actively seek it. Trapped in a limbo of existence without purpose or joy, Chelsea's gift keeps Marcus bound to the Volturi by artificially maintaining loyalty bonds that would otherwise have dissolved with Didym's death. Without her manipulation, Marcus would simply leave, would walk away from power and politics and all the concerns that occupied him when Didym lived. The fact that he requires this artificial loyalty demonstrates how completely the mate bond can define a vampire's existence. Without his mate, Marcus has no natural loyalty to anything or anyone. He exists but does not live, continues but does not care, functioning as a shell of what he was. The question of what happens when a vampire's mate is human rather than vampire adds another layer of complexity. Edward and Bella's relationship before her transformation exemplified the challenges of cross-species mating. The bond formed for Edward instantly when he recognized Bella as his mate, but Bella was human, fragile, mortal. Edward's love for her came with the constant awareness that he could kill her accidentally, that his nature made him her predator, that every moment together risked her life. The mate bond demanded her presence, but his love for her demanded her safety, creating an impossible conflict. The intensity of vampire love for a human mate can be overwhelming for the human. Edward describes his love for Bella in terms that suggest worship, obsession, complete subordination of his own well-being to hers. He becomes willing to die for her, not in the abstract way that romantic partners often claim, but literally, actively seeking death when he believes she's dead. This intensity, translated into action, can feel suffocating to the human partner. Edward watches Bella constantly, monitors her activities, makes decisions about her safety without her input. The mate bond drives these behaviors, but from Bella's perspective, they're controlling, limiting her autonomy. Yet Bella experiences the mate bond too, though perhaps less intensely as a human than she will as a vampire. She recognizes Edward as essential to her existence, cannot imagine a future without him, is willing to sacrifice her humanity to be with him forever. When Edward leaves in New Moon, trying to protect her by removing himself from her life, Bella nearly destroys herself in grief. She takes increasingly dangerous risks, seeking any connection to Edward, unable to function without him. The human experience of the mate bond may be less intense than the vampires, but it's still powerful enough to reshape a life completely. The transformation of a human mate into a vampire changes the bond's nature in interesting ways. Before Bella's transformation, the bond was asymmetrical. Edward felt it with vampire intensity, while Bella felt it with human limitations. After her transformation, they meet as equals, both experiencing the bond with full vampire intensity. Bella describes the change as finally understanding what Edward had felt all along, finally experiencing the depth of connection that he'd been trying to explain. The bond doesn't become stronger after transformation, but the transformed vampire's capacity to feel and understand it increases dramatically. Not all vampire relationships involve the mate bond. Vampires can feel affection, friendship, even love, without the supernatural intensity of mating. The Cullen family includes several relationships that aren't mate bonds. Edward and Alice are close as siblings, supporting each other, enjoying each other's company, but not mated. Rosalie and Edward have a more complicated relationship, characterized by understanding and occasional conflict, but again, not involving the mate bond. These relationships demonstrate that vampires are capable of complex social connections beyond the mate bond. The question of whether vampires can love romantically without being mates is more complicated. The intensity of the mate bond makes other romantic relationships seem pale by comparison. A vampire who has experienced mating would likely find any other romantic connection unsatisfying, incomplete. But for vampires who haven't found their mate, romantic relationships might be possible, ways of finding companionship and intimacy without the supernatural intensity of the true bond. These relationships would be chosen rather than fated, built through decision and compatibility rather than instant recognition. The rarity of finding a mate adds poignancy to vampire existence. Most vampires never find their mate. They exist for centuries or millennia without experiencing the bond, without finding that one person who completes them. Some actively search, traveling the world in hopes of encountering their mate. Others resign themselves to solitary existence, accepting that they may be one of the vampires for whom no mate exists. The lucky ones, like the Cullens, find their mates and build their existence around that bond. But luck is the operative word. There's no strategy, no method for finding a mate other than existing and hoping. This randomness creates a kind of existential lottery. A vampire might find their mate in their first year of vampire existence, or never find them, despite millennia of searching. The mate might be vampire or human, nearby or halfway around the world, already transformed or not yet born. The variables are endless, the probability unknowable. Some vampires believe that every vampire has a mate somewhere, that it's simply a matter of time and chance bringing them together. Others believe that mates are rare, that most vampires simply don't have that destined partner. No one knows for certain. The Denali sisters represent vampires who have existed for over 1,000 years without finding mates. Tanya, Kate, and Irina have had romantic relationships, have formed connections with other vampires, but none of these relationships involved the mate bond. They continue to hope, continue to remain open to the possibility, but after a millennium, that hope has become more philosophical than urgent. They've built lives and found meaning without mates, demonstrating that while the mate bond is profound, it's not absolutely necessary for vampire existence to have purpose. Garrett, a nomadic vampire who allied with the Cullens, found his mate in Kate. During the confrontation with the Volturi, the bond formed in the midst of crisis, adding joy to a situation otherwise characterized by danger and fear. Their mating demonstrates that the bond can form at any time, that centuries of solitary existence can end in a moment of recognition. For Kate, who had existed over 1,000 years without a mate, finding Garrett was transformation as significant as her original change from human to vampire. The mate bond's role in vampire society and vampire law is minimal, which is interesting given its importance to individual vampires. The Volturi don't regulate mating, don't have laws about who can mate with whom or how mates should relate. This is partly because the bond is self-regulating vampires who find mates naturally prioritize those relationships, and partly because the Volturi recognize some things as beyond their control. They can enforce behavior, can demand compliance with secrecy laws and prohibitions on immortal children, but they cannot control or even influence the formation of mate bonds. The question of whether the mate bond can be broken is deeply troubling. Chelsea's gift manipulates emotional bonds, can weaken or strengthen feelings of loyalty, affection, and connection, but her gift apparently cannot break a true mate bond. She can make a vampire less loyal to their coven, can dissolve friendships and alliances, but the mate bond resists her manipulation. This suggests the bond operates on a level beyond emotion, beyond the psychic mechanisms that Chelsea's gift affects. It's something more fundamental, written into vampire nature in ways that even supernatural abilities cannot alter. This permanence is both beautiful and terrifying. Beautiful because it means true love, once found, cannot be destroyed by time, circumstance, or outside interference. Terrifying because it means vampires are bound to their mates regardless of whether the relationship is healthy, regardless of whether they change and grow apart, regardless of any other consideration. A vampire who discovers their mate is cruel or dangerous, or simply incompatible in personality, still feels the bond, still needs that person with the same intensity as any happily mated pair. The bond doesn't guarantee happiness, only connection. The Cullen family structure, with multiple mated pairs living together as a family unit, is unusual in vampire society. Most mated vampires form their own coven, separate from other vampires, focused entirely on their relationship. The Cullens' decision to live together, to create a family that includes multiple mate bonds plus unmated members, required negotiating complex dynamics. Each mated pair maintains their primary bond, while also participating in family relationships. The unmated members Edward before Bella, and Alice and Jasper before they found each other, had to find their place in a family built partly on mate bonds they didn't share. This structure works for the Cullens because of their shared values and Carlisle's leadership, which emphasizes family over couple relationships, but it's delicate, requiring constant attention to avoid situations where the mate bonds create division or hierarchy within the family. The mated pairs must balance their intense focus on each other with participation in family activities and responsibilities. The unmated members must navigate the occasional feeling of being outside the most intense relationships in the family. That the Cullens maintain this structure successfully for over a century speaks to their commitment to the family concept and their skill at managing complex relationships. The future of vampire relationships, particularly mating, remains as mysterious as its origins. Will vampires eventually understand the mechanisms behind the mate bond, develop the ability to predict or influence its formation? Will gifted vampires emerge who can create or break mate bonds, adding another dimension to vampire politics and power? Or will the bond remain forever mysterious, one of the few aspects of vampire existence that cannot be analyzed, controlled, or fully understood? For now, vampires continue to experience the mate bond, as they always have, with wonder, gratitude, and sometimes terror at the intensity of a connection that defines their existence more completely than the transformation that made them immortal. For thousands of years, vampire reproduction was considered impossible. Vampires are frozen at the moment of transformation, their bodies preserved in a state that resembles life but operates under fundamentally different rules. The venom that creates them replaces biological processes with something else, something that maintains the appearance and function of organs without the metabolic activity that characterizes living tissue. Female vampires don't ovulate. Their reproductive systems are frozen, beautiful and perfect, but non-functional. Male vampires produce no new cells, no living sperm. The transformation that grants immortality also grants sterility, also every vampire believed for millennia. This understanding made sense from every perspective. Vampires are predators, designed to hunt humans. Allowing them to reproduce would create exponential population growth that would quickly overwhelm human populations and destroy the food source that vampires require to survive. The inability to reproduce served as a natural check, ensuring vampire populations remained relatively stable, growing only through transformation rather than birth. It also meant that vampire relationships, while intense, could never result in the complications that children bring. The mate bond created partnerships, but those partnerships never expanded into parenthood in the biological sense. Then Bella Swan became pregnant with Edward Cullen's child, and everything changed. The pregnancy was impossible by every rule of vampire biology that had ever been observed. Edward was a vampire, his body frozen in its 17-year-old state for over a century. He should have been incapable of biological reproduction, yet somehow the impossible occurred. Bella, still human, conceived a child that was half vampire and half human, a hybrid that challenged every assumption about vampire nature and created questions that no one could answer because no one had encountered such a thing before. The pregnancy itself was unlike anything in human or vampire experience. It progressed at an accelerated rate, the hybrid child growing far faster than a human fetus. What should have taken 9 months compressed into barely more than one. Bella's body, designed for human pregnancy, struggled to accommodate the supernatural growth rate and the strength of the developing hybrid. The fetus was stronger than human infants, moving with force that cracked Bella's ribs, that caused internal injuries, that slowly destroyed her from the inside. The pregnancy was killing her, but Bella refused to terminate it, committed to carrying the child to whatever conclusion awaited. The Cullens were divided on how to respond. Edward, watching Bella suffer, wanted to end the pregnancy, wanted to save Bella even if it meant losing the child. He saw the hybrid as a monster, a thing that was killing the woman he loved. Rosalie, who had spent decades mourning her inability to have children, saw the pregnancy as a miracle, a chance for the impossible to occur. She appointed herself Bella's protector, standing between Bella and anyone who might try to end the pregnancy. The conflict nearly tore the family apart, with Edward and Rosalie on opposite sides, and the others trying to navigate between them. The birth was traumatic, violent, a process that nearly killed both mother and child. The hybrid baby, a girl Bella named Renesmee, was too strong for normal birth. She broke through Bella's body from the inside, and Edward was forced to perform an emergency delivery using his teeth, tearing through the amniotic sac to free his daughter. Bella hemorrhaged, her heart failing, dying rapidly from the trauma. Edward injected his venom directly into her heart, flooding her system with enough venom to ensure transformation despite the blood loss. Renesmee was born as Bella died and began her transformation into vampire existence. Renesmee represented something genuinely new in vampire experience. She was not vampire or human, but something in between, possessing traits of both species. Her appearance was beautiful, more beautiful than humans, but not quite achieving the supernatural perfection of full vampires. Her skin was warm, flushed with color from circulating blood, softer than vampire skin, but more durable than human flesh. Her heart beat, pumping blood through her veins, but that blood carried traces of venom, creating a hybrid physiology that operated under rules unique to her existence. Her diet reflected her hybrid nature. She could consume human food, digesting it normally, unlike vampires who could not process anything except blood. But she also required blood, craved it with an intensity that suggested the vampire side of her nature, demanded it. She could survive on animal blood or human blood, showing preference for blood over food but able to subsist on both. This dietary flexibility meant she could potentially integrate into human society more easily than full vampires, able to eat normally while satisfying her blood needs discreetly. The most striking aspect of Renesmee's hybrid nature was her growth. Unlike vampires, whose bodies are frozen at transformation, Renesmee developed and aged. She grew rapidly in her first months, developing at a rate that far exceeded human children. She reached apparent physical maturity in approximately 7 years, her body aging years in months. This accelerated growth raised terrifying questions for her parents. Would she continue aging past maturity? Would she age rapidly through adult stages and die of old age within decades? Or would her growth stop at maturity, leaving her frozen like a vampire? No one knew because no one had ever observed a vampire-human hybrid age. Renesmee's cognitive development matched her physical growth. She thought faster, learned quicker than human children, displaying intelligence and understanding that seemed impossible for her apparent age. By a few months old, she communicated complex thoughts, understood abstract concepts, demonstrated reasoning abilities that would challenge adult humans. This accelerated mental development came partly from her hybrid nature and partly from her gift, an ability that made communication far more effective than language alone could ever be. Her gift was projection of thoughts through touch. Where Bella's shield kept thoughts private and Edward's telepathy heard thoughts, Renesmee could show her thoughts to others. She would touch someone, usually placing her hand against their face, and project images, memories, concepts directly into their mind. The recipient experienced her thoughts with full sensory detail, seeing what she wanted them to see, feeling the emotions associated with the memory or idea. It was communication without words, perfect understanding transmitted directly from mind to mind. This gift made Renesmee's rapid development less isolating. She could express complex thoughts before she developed the vocabulary to speak them. She could share her experiences, her questions, her understanding in ways that transcended the limitations of child language. Her family could know her mind, could understand her in ways that would be impossible with a human child developing at normal pace. The gift also made her remarkably persuasive, able to share her perspective so completely that others naturally understood and often agreed with her viewpoint. The question of whether Renesmee was unique or whether other hybrids existed went unanswered until the Cullens' search for witnesses brought them into contact with Nahuel. He was a hybrid like Renesmee, though much older, having reached full maturity decades earlier. Nahuel's existence proved that Renesmee wasn't a singular impossibility, but represented a rare but reproducible phenomenon. Male vampires could, apparently, reproduce with human females, creating hybrid offspring that shared common characteristics. Nahuel's testimony provided crucial information about hybrid development and nature. He confirmed that hybrids grow rapidly until reaching physical maturity, at which point their aging stops. They become essentially immortal like vampires, their bodies frozen at maturity, no longer developing or aging. This meant Renesmee would not age rapidly to death, but would reach adulthood and remain there, achieving a form of immortality different from vampires but equally permanent. The relief this knowledge brought to the Cullens, particularly to Edward and Bella, was profound. Nahuel also revealed that he had sisters, other hybrids created by their father Joham. This opened disturbing questions about vampire reproduction and ethics. Joham, apparently, had discovered the possibility of vampire-human reproduction and decided to experiment. He created multiple hybrids through relationships with human women, studying his hybrid children, treating them as experiments rather than family. Nahuel spoke of his father with bitterness and his sisters with regret, having left them behind when he sought his own path. The ethics of creating hybrids are complicated and troubling. The human mothers of hybrids face pregnancy that threatens their lives, carrying children whose strength and growth rate can kill them. Bella survived only because Edward was prepared to transform her, because vampire venom could heal the damage the pregnancy caused. Human women without vampire partners would likely die in childbirth or from complications during pregnancy. This makes hybrid creation potentially predatory, vampires impregnating humans and leaving them to die, bearing hybrid children. Joham's approach exemplified this dark possibility. He created hybrids deliberately, seeking out human women, establishing relationships long enough to create pregnancy, then apparently leaving them to their fate. Some survived childbirth, some didn't. He collected the hybrids who resulted, raising them himself, studying their development. His motivation wasn't love or desire for family, but curiosity and perhaps ego, the desire to create a new species, to father a race of hybrids that combined the best traits of vampires and humans. The question of female vampire reproduction remained unanswered. No female vampire had ever become pregnant. No hybrid with a vampire mother had ever been documented. The apparent one-way nature of vampire reproduction raised questions about the mechanisms involved. Male vampires, despite being frozen, apparently retained viable genetic material, sperm that could fertilize human eggs, even if the sperm itself was transformed by venom. But female vampires' frozen reproductive systems apparently precluded ovulation and pregnancy entirely. This asymmetry suggested that whatever allowed male vampires to reproduce involved the preservation of existing cells rather than the creation of new ones. Male reproductive cells exist at transformation, stored in the body, preserved by venom, but still capable of function. Female reproductive cells exist at transformation too, but the monthly cycle that would release them had stopped, frozen like everything else. Without ovulation, pregnancy couldn't begin, regardless of whether the eggs themselves remained viable. The rarity of vampire-human reproduction despite this possibility suggested additional factors at work. Edward and Bella's relationship was intimate and extended, yet pregnancy occurred only once. If vampire males were consistently fertile, hybrid pregnancies should be more common given the frequency of vampire-human relationships throughout history. The rarity suggested that conception, while possible, required specific conditions that rarely aligned. Perhaps it required the intensity of the mate bond, or particular timing, or some combination of factors that made each hybrid pregnancy nearly miraculous in its improbability. Renesmee's gifts and abilities went beyond her thought projection. She possessed strength greater than humans but less than full vampires, speed that exceeded human capability but fell short of vampire velocity. Her senses were enhanced beyond human norms, able to detect scents and sounds that humans would miss, but again, not achieving full vampire sensitivity. She existed on a spectrum between the two species, more than human but less than vampire, occupying a middle ground that gave her advantages in both worlds. Her ability to exist in sunlight without sparkling was perhaps her most practical advantage. Where vampires sparkled like diamonds in direct sun, revealing their supernatural nature, Renesmee appeared normal. Her skin was pale, beautiful, but not impossibly so. She could move through human society without the restrictions that vampires faced, could attend school, make friends, live publicly in ways that vampires could not. This integration capability meant hybrids might navigate the human world more successfully than their vampire parents, but she also faced disadvantages that full vampires didn't experience. She was more fragile than vampires, her skin vulnerable to injury in ways that vampire stone flesh was not. She needed sleep where vampires could remain active constantly. She required both food and blood, making her sustenance needs more complex. She aged, at least initially, creating urgency and fear about her development that vampires never faced. Her existence was more complicated, less absolutely powerful, more vulnerable to the dangers that threatened both species. The Volturi's reaction to Renesmee revealed how threatening hybrids were perceived to be by vampire authority. When Irina reported seeing what she believed was an immortal child, the Volturi came in force, bringing their entire guard, preparing for battle. The immortal child law is absolute precisely because immortal children threaten vampire secrecy so completely. When the Volturi discovered Renesmee was a hybrid rather than an immortal child, they searched for other justifications to destroy her, other reasons to eliminate this new and unknown threat. Their concern wasn't entirely unreasonable from their perspective. Hybrids represented an unknown factor in vampire existence. Could they be controlled? Would they maintain secrecy? Did they threaten the balance between vampires and humans? Renesmee specifically demonstrated concerning capabilities, rapid development, powerful gift, potential to create more hybrids. The Volturi, whose power rested partly on controlling and predicting vampire populations and capabilities, saw in hybrids a variable they couldn't control. Aro's interest in the Cullen's gifts complicated the situation. He wanted Alice, Edward, and Bella for his guard, wanted their abilities to strengthen Volturi power. The hybrid situation provided potential pretext for forcing their compliance join us, or we destroy the hybrid and anyone who protects her. But the gathering of witnesses, the demonstration that enough covens standing together could challenge Volturi authority, changed his calculation. Destroying Renesmee would require destroying the Cullens and all their witnesses, a battle that would cost the Volturi dearly, even if they won. The resolution came not through might, but through testimony. Nahuel's existence proved that hybrids weren't singular impossibilities, that they could reach maturity and live peacefully, that they didn't threaten vampire secrecy more than vampires themselves did. His testimony, combined with the implicit threat of the gathered covens, convinced the Volturi to withdraw. They couldn't destroy Renesmee without clear justification, and her hybrid nature didn't violate any existing vampire law. They left, but their departure felt temporary, a strategic retreat rather than genuine acceptance. The future of hybrids in vampire society remained uncertain. Renesmee was accepted partly because she was the Cullen's daughter, partly because the power gathered to protect her made attacking her too costly. But would other hybrids be as fortunate? Would the Volturi develop new laws specifically targeting hybrids? Would they seek to eliminate hybrids quietly, destroying them before they could gather the kind of protection that saved Renesmee? Or would hybrids become an accepted part of vampire existence, a new category of supernatural being with their own place in the hidden world? Nahuel's existence away from his father suggested hybrids could achieve independence, could navigate both vampire and human worlds without supervision or control. His sisters, still with Joham, represented hybrids under vampire control, potentially being used or studied rather than living freely. The contrast raised questions about hybrid rights and autonomy. Were they independent beings or property of their vampire parents? Could vampires create hybrids responsibly, or was the creation inherently exploitative given the danger to human mothers? The transformation of Bella changed the dynamic of Renesmee's family dramatically. Before transformation, Renesmee had one vampire parent and one human parent, existing in the space between species, with connections to both. After Bella's transformation, both parents were vampires, making Renesmee's human half less represented in her immediate family. But Bella's recent transformation meant she remembered human existence vividly, could relate to Renesmee's human needs and experiences in ways that vampires who had been transformed for decades couldn't. Jacob Black's imprinting on Renesmee added another layer of complexity to her existence. Imprinting, a Quileute shapeshifter phenomenon, created a bond between Jacob and Renesmee that would change as she matured. Initially, it was protective, almost familial, but it carried the potential to become romantic as she aged. This bond connected Renesmee to the shapeshifter pack, giving her protection and family beyond the Cullens. It also created ties between traditional enemies, vampires, and shapeshifters, forcing both groups to cooperate for Renesmee's sake. The existence of hybrids raised theological and philosophical questions about vampire nature. If vampires could reproduce, did that make them more alive than previously believed? Did it suggest that vampire bodies, while frozen, retained more biological function than anyone understood? Or were hybrids proof that vampires weren't as far removed from humanity as they appeared? That the transformation preserved some essential human capabilities even when it seemed to destroy them? These questions had no clear answers, but they challenged assumptions about what vampires were and what they could become. Renesmee's future stretched ahead, uncertain but full of possibility. She would reach maturity and stop aging, becoming essentially immortal like her parents. She would develop her gifts, perhaps discovering new capabilities as she grew. She would navigate relationships with both vampires and humans, belonging fully to neither world but able to move between them. She represented something new, not vampire or human but hybrid, carrying the potential to bridge the species or to stand apart from both. Her existence proved that in a world of immortals, something genuinely new could still emerge, that even rules believed absolute could be broken, that impossibilities could become real when love and determination aligned. In the year 1640, in London, England, a boy was born to an Anglican pastor whose life's work consisted of hunting witches, werewolves, and vampires. The pastor was not a good man, not by any measure that values compassion or reason. He was a fanatic, consumed by his mission to purge the world of evil, willing to torture and execute anyone he suspected of supernatural taint. Most of his victims were human, innocent people accused based on superstition and fear, but occasionally, very rarely, his hunts stumbled upon actual supernatural creatures. Those encounters usually ended with the hunter becoming the hunted, with the pastor's mob torn apart by the very monsters they sought to destroy. The pastor's son, Carlisle Cullen, grew up in this environment of religious fervor and violence. He participated in his father's hunts, believed in the mission, accepted the necessity of destroying supernatural evil. But Carlisle possessed something his father lacked: genuine compassion, an ability to see suffering in others and feel moved by it. He watched his father torture supposed witches and felt horror rather than righteousness. He participated in hunts but found no joy in the violence. The cognitive dissonance between what he was taught to believe and what he actually felt created internal conflict that would shape his entire existence. In 1663, when Carlyle was 23 years old, his father sent him to lead a hunt in the sewers beneath London. Rumors suggested vampires were hiding there, feeding on the city's poor and forgotten. Carlyle led a group of armed men into the darkness, carrying torches and weapons, hunting for monsters. They found them. A coven of vampires had indeed made the sewers their hunting ground. The vampires attacked the hunters, killing most of them instantly. Carlyle tried to fight, tried to defend himself, but vampire speed and strength overwhelmed him. He felt teeth sink into his neck, felt venom enter his bloodstream, felt the vampire drop him as dawn approached and the creature fled to safety. Carlyle knew what was happening to him. He'd seen vampire victims before, knew the signs of transformation. Rather than return to his father, rather than seek help that would result in his execution as a monster, he hid. He crawled into a cellar, buried himself under potatoes to muffle his screams, and endured 3 days of transformation agony alone. The pain was indescribable, made worse by the knowledge that he was becoming the very thing he'd been taught to destroy, that he was damned by his own religious understanding. He wanted to die, but couldn't make death happen. He could only suffer through the transformation and wake to a new existence he didn't want. The vampire who woke in that cellar was consumed by self-hatred. Carlyle believed he was damned, that his soul was lost, that he had become evil incarnate. His religious upbringing taught that vampires were demons, soulless creatures condemned to hell. Now he was one of them. The crisis of faith, the horror of his new nature, drove him to attempt suicide repeatedly. He threw himself off cliffs, hoping the fall would destroy him. He drowned himself, staying underwater for days, discovering that vampires don't need to breathe. He tried to starve himself, refusing to drink blood, hoping deprivation would kill him. Nothing worked. Vampire bodies are too durable, too resistant to damage. Starvation didn't kill him, though it made the thirst unbearable. Falls didn't destroy him, though they should have pulverized his body. Drowning was impossible for a creature that didn't require oxygen. Carlyle couldn't die, no matter how desperately he wanted to. The only thing his suicide attempts accomplished was teaching him the limits of vampire durability, demonstrating how thoroughly his new nature resisted destruction. During one of his starvation attempts, hiding in a forest far from human populations, Carlyle discovered something that would change everything. A herd of deer passed near his hiding place. The scent of their blood reached him, and his body reacted before his mind could process what was happening. He attacked, drained the deer, satisfied his burning thirst with animal blood. The revelation was immediate and transformative. If animal blood could sustain him, if he didn't need to kill humans to survive, then perhaps he wasn't completely damned. Perhaps he had a choice. This choice became the foundation of Carlyle's existence. He committed himself to never killing humans, to sustaining himself solely on animal blood. The decision wasn't easy. Human blood called to him constantly. It scent infinitely more appealing than animal blood. Every time he encountered humans, his vampire instincts screamed at him to feed, but he resisted. drawing on reserves of willpower he didn't know he possessed, finding in his stubbornness and his faith the strength to deny his nature. Carlyle spent decades perfecting his control, learning to exist among humans without attacking them. He traveled across Europe, studied in universities, pursued knowledge with the endless time that immortality provided. He was drawn to medicine, fascinated by the human body and its workings, motivated by the desire to save lives rather than take them. The irony wasn't lost on him, a vampire becoming a healer, a predator choosing to protect prey. But that irony felt right, felt like the purpose he'd been searching for. His travels eventually brought him to Volterra, Italy, where he encountered the Volturi. At that time, in the early 1800s, Carlyle had existed as a vampire for nearly 2 centuries. He was skilled, controlled, knowledgeable about vampire nature and capabilities. The Volturi were fascinated by him, particularly Aro, who had never encountered a vampire who refused to drink human blood. Aro touched Carlyle's hand, read his thoughts, saw his philosophy, and his absolute commitment to it. The experience intrigued Aro deeply. Aro invited Carlyle to stay with the Volturi, to live in Volterra and observe their operations. Carlyle accepted, curious about vampire society and vampire law, wanting to understand the world he was part of. He spent approximately 20 years with the Volturi, studying their structure, observing how they maintained order, learning about the gifts that made them powerful. He became friends with some of the guard members, developed respect for the necessity of some vampire laws, particularly the secrecy law that protected all vampires from human retaliation. But he also grew uncomfortable with the Volturi's methods. They were casual about human life, viewing humans purely as prey, showing no regard for human suffering or rights. They destroyed vampires for minor infractions, used law as pretext for eliminating potential rivals, collected gifted vampires through coercion rather than genuine recruitment. The longer Carlyle stayed, the more he recognized that while the Volturi served necessary functions, they also represented everything he'd chosen not to be: predators who embraced their nature without question or restraint. Aro wanted Carlyle to join the Guard permanently. He believed Carlyle's unusual philosophy, combined with his medical knowledge, could be valuable. He also genuinely liked Carlyle, respected his commitment to his principles even while finding them incomprehensible. But Carlyle couldn't accept. He couldn't be part of an organization that treated humans as worthless, that destroyed vampires so easily, that used power purely for maintaining power. He left Volterra, left behind the first vampire friendships he'd formed, returned to his solitary existence. The loneliness of those years weighed on Carlyle heavily. He had purpose through his medical work, satisfaction in saving human lives, but he had no companionship, no one who understood what he was, or why he'd made the choices he'd made. He watched humans live and die, formed surface friendships that couldn't survive the revelation of his nature, moved on before his lack of aging became noticeable. The cycle repeated for decades: purpose without connection, existence without relationship. In 1918, the Spanish influenza pandemic devastated the world. Carlyle was working as a doctor in Chicago, treating victims of the disease, watching helplessly as thousands died despite his efforts. He encountered Elizabeth Mason and her son Edward in the hospital. Elizabeth was dying, Edward was dying, and there was nothing Carlyle's medical skill could do to save them. Elizabeth somehow intuited what Carlyle was, perhaps recognizing his inhuman beauty, perhaps sensing something in his manner. She begged him to save Edward in whatever way he could, to do for her son what others could not do. Carlyle had never transformed anyone. In 260 years of vampire existence, he'd never created another vampire. The decision to do so carried enormous weight. He would be condemning Edward to the same existence that had driven Carlyle to attempted suicide, the same burning thirst, the same loss of humanity. But Edward was dying. The alternative to transformation was death. Carlyle made his choice, carried Edward from the hospital, took him home, and transformed him. When Edward woke, Carlyle had a companion for the first time in centuries. Edward joined Carlyle's vegetarian lifestyle, adopted his philosophy, became not just a creation, but a son. The relationship eased Carlyle's loneliness profoundly. He was no longer alone in his unusual choice, no longer the only vampire trying to live compassionately. They formed a family of two, father and son, supporting each other through the challenges of existing as vampires who refused to be monsters. Edward's rebellion in the 1920s devastated Carlyle. When Edward left to hunt humans, claiming he could make his killing moral by targeting criminals, Carlyle felt he'd failed. He'd created Edward, taught him the vegetarian philosophy, believed Edward was committed to it. Edward's departure suggested that the philosophy was unsustainable, that even vampires who started with good intentions would eventually give in to their nature. But Carlyle didn't give up on Edward. He waited, hoped, maintained his own commitment to animal blood, even as he mourned his son's choices. Edward's return 10 years later, broken and disgusted by what he'd done, validated Carlyle's patience. Edward hadn't been lost permanently. He'd explored the alternative, found it wanting, chosen to return to the harder but more ethical path. His return strengthened Carlyle's conviction that vampires could choose compassion, that the philosophy wasn't naive, but genuinely possible for those willing to commit to it. The creation of Esme in 1921 brought Carlyle something he'd never dared hope for a mate. He'd treated Esme years earlier when she was a teenager, remembered her kindness when she arrived at the morgue where he worked, apparently dead after a suicide attempt following her infant son's death. He recognized her and made a split-second decision. He'd spent centuries alone, had recently experienced the joy of companionship with Edward, had perhaps become more willing to risk creation. He transformed Esme, and when she woke, the mate bond formed instantly for both of them. Esme's transformation changed Carlyle's existence fundamentally. He was no longer alone or simply a father figure to Edward. He was a partner, a husband, part of a mated pair. Esme understood his philosophy immediately, embraced it fully, wanted what he wanted, a life that honored human life rather than destroyed it. Together, they formed the foundation of what would become the Cullen family, a coven built on shared values rather than simple coexistence. The creation of Rosalie in 1933 came from compassion, but also from miscalculation. Carlyle found her dying in the street, brutally assaulted and left for death. He transformed her partly because he couldn't bear to let her die, and partly because he hoped she might become Edward's mate, that she might provide for Edward what Esme provided for Carlyle. But the mate bond doesn't work that way. Rosalie and Edward never developed romantic feelings, becoming siblings instead. Carlyle's hope for Edward's happiness was disappointed, though the family gained a daughter who would eventually bring Emmett to them. Carlyle's transformation of Rosalie without her consent raised ethical questions he's struggled with ever since. Rosalie resented her transformation. mourned the human life she'd lost, wanted the things vampirism made impossible: marriage, children, aging alongside a human husband. Carlyle saved her life, but he also took away her choices, decided for her that vampirism was preferable to death. She's never said she wishes he'd let her die, but her resentment made clear that salvation without consent carried its own harms. When Rosalie brought Emmett to Carlyle in 1935, begging him to transform the man she'd found dying, Carlyle's decision was easier. Rosalie would take responsibility for Emmett, would teach him control, would give him the family support Carlyle had given her. More importantly, the mate bond had already formed for Rosalie. Transforming Emmett wasn't just saving a dying man, but uniting mates, giving Rosalie the eternal partner she'd recognized in him. Carlyle transformed Emmett willingly, relieved to be creating a vampire under better circumstances than his previous transformations. Alice and Jasper's arrival in 1950 brought the family to 7 members. Carlyle welcomed them despite not having created them, despite their different backgrounds and Jasper's struggle with the vegetarian lifestyle. He saw in them the same desire for something better than typical vampire existence, the same commitment to trying even when trying was difficult. Alice's visions had shown her the Cullens, had revealed a family that lived differently. Carlyle fulfilled that vision by accepting them without reservation. Carlyle's medical career has spanned centuries, moving from primitive medicine to modern techniques. He's witnessed the development of anesthesia, antibiotics, surgical procedures that would have seemed miraculous in his early years. His vampire nature gives him advantages. Perfect memory allows him to retain every medical text he's read. Enhanced senses help him detect problems human doctors would miss. Centuries of experience provide context that no human physician could match. But it also creates challenges. He must hide his strength, must pretend to need sleep, must explain his youthful appearance, and avoid staying anywhere long enough for his lack of aging to become obvious. His choice to work in medicine, to save human lives when his nature marks him as their predator, represents the core of his philosophy. Every human he saves, every life he preserves, is an act of defiance against vampire nature. It's proof that vampires can be more than killers, that compassion can survive transformation, that the choice to value human life is possible even for creatures designed to end it. His work gives his existence meaning beyond simply surviving, provides purpose that makes the difficulty of the vegetarian lifestyle worthwhile. The vegetarian philosophy Carlyle developed and taught his family represents his answer to the question of vampire morality. If vampires are conscious beings capable of choice, if they retain their personalities and values through transformation, then they have moral responsibility for their actions. The thirst is powerful, but not irresistible. The choice to kill humans is still a choice, one that vampires make every time they feed. Carlyle believes vampires can choose differently, that they can value human life enough to accept the hardship of animal blood, that ethical existence is possible even for predators. This philosophy has faced criticism from other vampires who view it as naive or self-deluding. They argue that vampires are predators, that denying their nature is unnatural and unnecessary. They point to the difficulty of the vegetarian lifestyle, the constant struggle, the fact that animal blood never fully satisfies the way human blood would. They question whether the Cullen's choice actually helps anyone. The humans they don't kill would likely be killed by other vampires anyway, so what moral victory is achieved? Why make existence harder for a symbolic gesture? Carlyle's response is that morality is personal. that he's responsible for his own actions, regardless of what others do. He cannot control other vampires, cannot prevent all human deaths from vampire predation, but he can control himself, can ensure that he personally doesn't kill humans, can live according to his values rather than his nature. The difficulty of the choice doesn't make it less right. The fact that other vampires continue killing doesn't make his restraint meaningless. He lives according to his conscience, and that's enough. His relationship with the Volturi has remained complicated over the centuries. He respects our own, understands the necessity of some vampire laws, believes the Volturi serve important functions in maintaining secrecy and preventing chaos. But he also recognizes their corruption, their use of law as a tool for maintaining power, their casual destruction of vampires who threaten their authority. When the Volturi came to destroy Renesmee, Carlyle stood against them despite their previous friendship, despite his respect for their role, because protecting his family mattered more than any political consideration. The confrontation with the Volturi tested Carlyle's philosophy in ways nothing else had. His commitment to valuing all life, including vampire life, made him reluctant to fight, even to defend his family. He gathered witnesses hoping to avoid battle, hoping that demonstration of Renesmee's true nature would be enough. He was prepared to fight if necessary, prepared to defend his family to destruction, but he sought every alternative first. That the confrontation ended without violence, without any deaths, validated his approach of seeking peaceful resolution, even in situations that seemed to demand violence. Carlyle's influence on vampire society extends beyond his own family. The Denali Coven adopted his philosophy after their own tragedy, seeking in the vegetarian lifestyle some form of atonement. Other vampires, while not adopting the philosophy themselves, respect Carlyle's commitment to it. Even the Volturi, who find his choices incomprehensible, acknowledge his strength of will and his centuries of successful control. He's proven that vampire existence doesn't have to be defined by killing, that other paths are possible for those willing to walk them. His role as patriarch of the Cullen family combines elements of father, teacher, and leader. He created most of the family members, gave them immortality, and taught them his philosophy. But he doesn't demand obedience or enforce hierarchy. He leads through example and moral authority rather than power. The family follows his philosophy because they've chosen to, because they share his values, not because he's forced compliance. This approach has created genuine family bonds rather than simple coven structure. Looking forward, Carlyle's hope is that vampire society might gradually evolve toward greater compassion, that more vampires might choose to value human life, that the example he set might influence others. He's realistic about the challenges vampire nature pushes toward predation, and changing that requires extraordinary will. But he's also seen change happen in his family, seen vampires choose compassion over convenience, seen the vegetarian lifestyle sustained across multiple generations of creation. If his family can do it, perhaps others can as well. Carlyle Cullen, the vampire who wanted to die and discovered instead a reason to live. The creature who rejected his nature in favor of his values, the doctor who heals rather than kills, stands as proof that transformation doesn't have to mean damnation. His existence challenges every assumption about vampires being monsters without choice, demonstrates that consciousness and morality survive transformation intact, proves that compassion can exist even in predators. He's lived for over 3.5 centuries, according to principles that other vampires find impossible, created a family that shares those principles, influenced vampire society simply by existing as an alternative to typical vampire behavior. He is perhaps the most remarkable vampire in existence, not because of any supernatural gift, but because of his absolutely human choice to be good, despite every instinct pushing him toward evil. In the wilderness of Alaska, far from human cities and the complications they bring, lives the oldest vegetarian vampire coven in existence. The Denali sisters Tanya, Kate, and Irina predate Carlisle Cullen's discovery of the animal blood alternative by centuries, but their adoption of that lifestyle came not from philosophical conviction or religious struggle, but from tragedy so profound it reshaped their entire existence. They are vampires who stopped killing humans, not because they believed it was right, but because they could no longer bear the weight of what their choices had cost. Their story is one of love, terrible mistakes, devastating consequences, and the long road towards something resembling redemption. The sisters were transformed over 1,000 years ago in what is now Slovakia, during the medieval period when vampire covens lived more openly, when the Volturi's strict secrecy laws were still being established and enforced. They were part of the old vampire world, the one that existed before modern enforcement of hiding, before the careful integration into human society that contemporary vampires practice. They lived as typical vampires of their era, hunting humans without particular thought or remorse, viewing mortals as prey in the same way humans view cattle necessary for survival, but not worthy of moral consideration. For centuries, they existed this way, three sisters bound by creation and choice, moving through human populations, feeding as they needed, forming the kind of relationships that vampires develop when immortality stretches ahead without apparent end. They were not cruel by vampire standards, not sadistic or unusually violent. They simply accepted their nature as predators, did what was necessary to survive, and didn't question the morality of their existence. They were, in most ways, utterly typical vampires of their time. Then they made a choice that would haunt them for the next millennium. They created an immortal child. The reasons are lost to time, or perhaps too painful to speak about even now. Perhaps they found a human child they believed was special, worth preserving forever. Perhaps one of them wanted to experience motherhood in some form, believing an eternal child could fulfill that desire. Perhaps they simply thought a child vampire would be beautiful, innocent, a companion who would bring joy to their existence. Whatever the motivation, they transformed a toddler, a little girl no more than 3 years old. The child was everything they'd hoped for in appearance. She was beautiful beyond measure, even more so than adult vampires, because her features retained the softness and innocence of early childhood. She was affectionate, climbing into their laps, wrapping small arms around their necks, displaying the loving nature of a well-cared-for toddler. She laughed, played, seemed to genuinely love her vampire mothers. For a time, the sisters believed they'd made a wonderful choice, that they'd gained something precious, that their immortal child was a blessing. But immortal children are not human children preserved. They are vampire children, possessing vampire strength and vampire thirst in a body and mind frozen at an age before self-control develops. The little girl didn't understand consequences, couldn't grasp abstract concepts like restraint or hiding or the need for secrecy. When she grew thirsty, she fed. When humans were nearby, she attacked them with vampire speed and vampire strength, slaughtering them before the sisters could stop her. She didn't understand that what she was doing was wrong, because she was cognitively incapable of understanding such concepts. The sisters tried to control her, tried to teach her limits, tried to explain why she couldn't simply kill anyone she wanted. But teaching requires the student's capacity to learn, and a 3-year-old vampire cannot develop beyond 3-year-old comprehension. She might understand simple commands in the moment, might obey out of desire to please her mothers, but as soon as she was thirsty or frightened or simply curious, all teaching evaporated. She acted on impulse because impulse was all she had. The deaths mounted. Entire villages disappeared, slaughtered by a child who didn't comprehend what she was doing. The sisters followed her, tried to clean up the evidence, tried to limit the exposure, but they couldn't be everywhere, couldn't stop every attack, couldn't prevent the growing awareness among humans that something terrible was hunting them. The child was creating exactly the kind of attention that the Volturi secrecy law was designed to prevent. Patterns of death, witnesses who escaped, stories that spread all threatened to expose vampires to organized human resistance. The Volturi discovered the immortal child through these patterns. They came to investigate, found the child and her creators, and pronounced judgment immediately. The immortal child would be destroyed. This was absolute, non-negotiable, one of the Volturi's most inflexible laws. But the question remained, what would happen to the sisters who had created her? The standard punishment was destruction of both child and creators. Creating an immortal child was not a mistake the Volturi forgave, because the consequences were too severe. The threat to vampire secrecy, too extreme. But the sisters' genuine ignorance saved them. They hadn't known about the prohibition on immortal children. They hadn't understood the consequences of their creation until those consequences manifested. Their grief when the Volturi destroyed their child was absolute, genuine, the kind of devastation that convinced even the ancient vampires that punishment had already been inflicted. The sisters watched their daughter burn, heard her cries, experienced loss that went beyond anything their long existence had prepared them for. The Volturi, perhaps moved by this grief, perhaps simply satisfied that the sisters had learned their lesson in the most brutal way possible, spared them. But survival without punishment might have been crueler than destruction. The sisters were left alive to carry the memory of what they'd done, to remember every person their child had killed, to know that their choice, their desire for an eternal daughter, had resulted in hundreds of deaths and ultimate destruction of the child they'd tried to preserve. The guilt was crushing, all-consuming, a weight that made their continued existence almost unbearable. They couldn't undo what they'd done. They couldn't bring back their daughter or the humans she'd killed. They could only continue existing with the knowledge of their mistake. In their grief and self-hatred, the sisters sought Carlisle Cullen. They'd heard of him through the Vampire Information Network, heard of the strange vampire who refused to kill humans, who sustained himself on animal blood. The concept seemed impossible, but in their desperation for some form of atonement, they sought him out. If they couldn't bring back the dead, perhaps they could at least stop adding to the death count. Perhaps by adopting Carlisle's lifestyle, by refusing to kill humans, they could create some small balance against the hundreds their child had slaughtered. Carlisle welcomed them, taught them his methods, supported them through the difficult transition to animal blood. He didn't judge them for their past. He understood that most vampires killed humans, that the sisters' hunting before the immortal child was no different from typical vampire behavior. What mattered to him was their choice going forward, their commitment to change. The sisters embraced the vegetarian lifestyle with fervor born from trauma. It was penance, conscious and deliberate, a daily choice to value human life because they'd seen the cost of treating it as worthless. The lifestyle was harder for them than it had been for Carlyle. He'd adopted it from philosophical conviction and religious guilt, motivated by belief that killing humans was wrong. The sisters adopted it from trauma, from desperate need to atone rather than genuine belief in the philosophy itself. They didn't necessarily think vampire predation was morally wrong in abstract terms. They simply couldn't bear to kill humans anymore, couldn't add to the deaths their child had caused. The motivation was different, but the result was the same: 3 ancient vampires, choosing the difficult path of animal blood. They settled eventually in Alaska, drawn by the vast wilderness, the sparse human population, the abundance of animal prey. The long winters and isolation suited them, providing safety from human contact and the temptations it brought. They could hunt animals across vast territories, could live without the constant challenge of being near humans whose blood called to their instincts. Alaska became their home, their refuge, the place where they could maintain their difficult choice with slightly less constant struggle. Over the centuries following their tragedy, the coven gained 2 new members. Eleazar had been a member of the Volturi Guard for hundreds of years, valued for his gift of sensing abilities in other vampires. He could identify who possessed gifts and what those gifts might be, making him invaluable to Aro's collection efforts. But Eleazar grew tired of the Volturi's methods, their casual cruelty, their treatment of vampires as tools rather than individuals. When he found his mate Carmen, he wanted something different, wanted to leave the Volturi service and find a more peaceful existence. Leaving the Volturi is dangerous. They don't appreciate defection, don't like losing valued guard members. But Eleazar's gift, while useful, wasn't irreplaceable the way Jane's or Alex's powers were, and he'd served loyally for centuries, had never given them reason to doubt his dedication. When he asked to leave, bringing Carmen with him, Aro allowed it. Perhaps Aro believed Eleazar would return eventually, that the pull of power and purpose would bring him back. Perhaps he simply calculated that destroying a loyal servant over a request to retire wasn't worth the damage to guard morale. Whatever the reason, Eleazar and Carmen were permitted to leave. They found the Denali Coven and asked to join. The sisters welcomed them, recognizing in Eleazar the same weariness with typical vampire existence that they themselves felt. Eleazar and Carmen adopted the vegetarian lifestyle, finding it difficult but preferable to returning to the Volturi or hunting humans. They brought knowledge of the Volturi's inner workings, understanding of vampire politics, and Eleazar's gift for identifying abilities. But more than that, they brought companionship, expanding the coven from 3 to 5, creating a larger family unit. The Denali Coven's relationship with the Cullens developed naturally from their shared philosophy. Carlyle considered the sisters something like spiritual siblings, the only other vampires who'd adopted his approach to existence. The Covens visited each other, celebrated holidays together, supported each other through challenges. Tanya and her sisters thought of Carlyle with deep affection and respect, recognizing that without his example and teaching, they might not have survived their guilt. The alliance was genuine, built on shared values and mutual understanding. But the tragedy that defined the Denali Coven's existence would reach forward through the centuries to create new pain. Irina, the youngest of the 3 sisters, struggled most with the vegetarian lifestyle. She found resisting human blood harder than her sisters did, experienced the thirst more intensely, required more support to maintain control. She was also the most affected by their lost child, perhaps because she'd been closest to the little girl, perhaps because some aspect of her personality made grief cut deeper. In the early 2000s, Irina formed a relationship with Laurent, a nomadic vampire who was attempting to join the Denali coven and adopt their lifestyle. Laurent had been part of James's coven, the group that had hunted Bella Swan, but he'd left before the confrontation that destroyed James. He came to Alaska seeking refuge, claiming he wanted to change, to leave behind the nomadic life and try living differently. Irina believed him, formed a romantic attachment, helped him transition to animal blood. But Laurent wasn't as committed to the lifestyle as he claimed. He struggled with the thirst, resented the difficulty, eventually abandoned the attempt, and returned to hunting humans. He traveled to Forks, Washington, entering the territory protected by the Quileute shapeshifters. The shapeshifters, defending their land and the humans living there, killed Laurent. They destroyed him not as punishment but as protection, eliminating a threat to their people. When Irina learned of Laurent's death, her grief transformed into rage. She blamed the Cullens, blamed the shapeshifters, blamed everyone except Laurent himself for his choices. The loss reopened old wounds from the immortal child, brought back the overwhelming grief she'd carried for centuries. She wanted revenge, wanted someone to pay for her pain. Her sisters tried to comfort her, tried to help her process the loss, but grief had made her unreachable. Then Irina saw Renesmee Cullen in the forest near Forks. She saw from a distance what appeared to be a child vampire, a little girl with impossible beauty and supernatural grace. The sight triggered every trauma from the immortal child incident. Irina, still grieving Laurent, still consumed by anger at the Cullens, made a terrible decision. She reported what she'd seen to the Volturi, claiming the Cullens had created an immortal child, breaking the most serious vampire law. She believed she was doing the right thing. She'd lived through the consequences of an immortal child, had seen the hundreds of deaths, had watched her daughter burn. If the Cullens had created an immortal child, it needed to be destroyed before it could kill as her child had killed. Irina framed her report as protection, as preventing the tragedy she'd experienced from happening again. But underneath the rationalization was revenge, anger at the Cullens, desire to hurt them as she'd been hurt. The Volturi came in force, bringing their entire guard, prepared to destroy the immortal child and probably the Cullens with it. They'd been looking for an excuse to confront the Cullens, to acquire Alice, Edward, and Bella's gifts for their guard. The immortal child accusation provided perfect justification, an unambiguous violation of absolute law that would allow them to act without appearing tyrannical. They arrived expecting validation of Irina's report, expecting to find an illegal child vampire. Instead, they found Renesmee, who was not an immortal child but a hybrid, half vampire and half human, capable of growth and development in ways that immortal children never could. The distinction was crucial. The law prohibited immortal children specifically because they couldn't control themselves, couldn't learn or develop. Renesmee could do all of these things. She wasn't the threat that immortal children represented, wasn't the same category of creation at all. When Irina realized her mistake, when she understood that she'd brought the Volturi down on the Cullens over a child who wasn't actually illegal, her horror was absolute. She'd acted from anger and grief, had made assumptions without verifying, had potentially caused the destruction of an entire coven, including her own sisters who had come to stand with the Cullens. Her attempt at protection had become an attack, her trauma-driven action threatening to create new tragedy. The Volturi, frustrated that their pretext for confronting the Cullens had evaporated, needed to save face. They'd come in full force, had made accusations, had gathered their strength for battle. They couldn't simply admit mistake and leave, so they turned on Irina, accusing her of bearing false witness, of wasting their time with incorrect reports. Chaos argued for her destruction, and Arrow, needing to demonstrate that the Volturi's journey hadn't been completely pointless, agreed. Irina's sisters, Tanya and Kate, were forced to watch as the Volturi destroyed her. They stood in the snow, held back by Garrett and Carlyle, and their own knowledge that intervening would mean their own destruction, and witnessed their youngest sister torn apart and burned. The parallel to their immortal child's destruction 1,000 years earlier was devastating. They'd lost a daughter to the Volturi once. Now they'd lost a sister. The grief that they'd spent centuries trying to process roared back, fresh and terrible. But this time the tragedy was different in crucial ways. Their daughter had been genuinely guilty, had killed hundreds, had threatened vampire secrecy through her uncontrollable nature. Irina had made a mistake, had reported something she believed was true based on limited information. She didn't deserve destruction for an honest error, even if that error was motivated partly by grief and anger. The sister's feelings about her death were complicated grief at losing her, understanding that she'd brought destruction on herself through her actions, anger at the Volturi for their disproportionate response. Kate found some measure of peace through her mate bond with Garrett, formed during the crisis with the Volturi. The discovery of her mate, the recognition of that connection, provided something to balance against the loss of her sister. Tanya, unmated, carried the grief more heavily. She'd lost her youngest sister, lost the child they'd created together, carried guilt from both tragedies. But she also recognized that Irina's choice had been her own, that the Denali Coven couldn't be responsible for decisions made in grief and anger. The Denali Coven after Irina's death consisted of 4 members: Tanya, Kate, Eleazar, and Carmen. With Garrett joining through his bond with Kate, they maintained their vegetarian lifestyle, their commitment to not killing humans, their relationship with the Cullens. The alliance had been tested through the confrontation with the Volturi, had proven strong enough to survive even Irina's betrayal. The Denali Coven had stood with the Cullens despite Irina's actions, had been willing to fight the Volturi if necessary, had demonstrated that their friendship was genuine rather than convenient. The tragedy that defines the Denali Coven is multi-layered, spanning centuries, involving both the immortal child and Irina's death. It's a story about how trauma echoes through time, how grief can motivate both positive change and terrible mistakes, how the best intentions can lead to devastating consequences. The sisters adopted the vegetarian lifestyle, seeking atonement, trying to create meaning from tragedy. But that same trauma made Irina vulnerable to acting rashly when her grief was triggered, made her see threats where none existed, led her to bring destruction down on those she should have verified her accusations against. Yet the Denali Coven's story is also one of resilience and genuine change. They've maintained their commitment to the vegetarian lifestyle for over 1,000 years, longer than Carlyle himself has been a vampire. They've built genuine relationships, found mates, created a family from shared values rather than simple convenience. They've allied with the Cullens, stood against the Volturi when necessary, proven that their philosophy isn't just penance, but genuine commitment to living differently. The immortal child they created over a millennium ago is gone, destroyed along with the mistakes that led to her creation. Irina is gone, lost to grief-driven action and Volturi cruelty. But Tanya and Kate remain, carrying the weight of loss, but also the strength that comes from surviving it. They've lived through the worst consequences of their choices, paid prices that would destroy lesser vampires, and continued existing with purpose. They represent what's possible when vampires choose to change, when tragedy motivates growth rather than destruction, when commitment to values survives even the most devastating tests. Immortality changes everything. When death is removed from the equation of existence, when time stretches ahead not in decades but in millennia, the entire framework of life shifts. Vampires don't simply live longer than humans. They exist in a fundamentally different relationship with time, experience, knowledge, and meaning. A human life is defined by its brevity, by the urgency that mortality creates, by the necessity of choosing carefully because time is limited. Vampire existence operates under opposite constraints. Time is unlimited. Choices can be reconsidered across centuries. Mistakes can be learned from over vast periods. But this abundance of time creates its own challenges, its own unique forms of suffering and joy. The question of how vampires spend eternity is perhaps more complicated than how they survive it. The basic requirements of vampire existence, feeding, avoiding exposure, managing the thirst, occupy relatively little time. Once a vampire develops control, a well-fed vampire might hunt once a week, an activity that takes at most a few hours. Avoiding exposure requires care but not constant effort, particularly for vampires who live away from human populations or who have perfected the art of integration. The vast majority of vampire existence, the endless hours and years and centuries, must be filled with something beyond simple survival. Many vampires turn to education and knowledge accumulation. Perfect memory means everything learned is retained with crystalline clarity forever. A vampire can read a book and recall every word decades later, can study a language and never forget its intricacies, can master complex subjects and build on that mastery indefinitely. Carlyle Cullen exemplifies this approach, having spent centuries studying medicine, accumulating knowledge that spans from medieval healing practices to cutting-edge modern techniques. His understanding of human biology exceeds any human doctor's because he's had centuries to study, to observe, to integrate knowledge across historical periods. But education for vampires operates differently than for humans. Human education is partly about career preparation, about gaining skills that will support a livelihood. Vampires don't need careers in the economic sense. They accumulate wealth easily, compound interest over centuries, makes even modest savings into fortunes, and vampire strength and speed make acquiring money through various means relatively simple. Education for vampires is about filling time, about maintaining interest in existence, about developing the self in ways that make immortality bearable rather than tedious. The arts attract many vampires for similar reasons: music, painting, sculpture. Writing these pursuits offer endless possibility for development and expression. Edward Cullen plays piano with skill developed over a century of practice. He's composed music that reflects his long existence, his vampire perspective on beauty and emotion. Rosalie works on cars, finding in mechanical restoration both artistic expression and technical challenge. Alice loves fashion, follows trends across decades, understands style in ways that only someone who's witnessed its evolution firsthand could achieve. Vampire art raises interesting questions about creativity and perspective. Do vampires create fundamentally different art than humans because of their different relationship with time and mortality? Edward's compositions span decades of development, reflecting not just technical skill, but genuine emotional evolution across his long existence. Human composers are constrained by lifespan, by the limited time they have to develop their voice. Edward has had over a century, with no endpoint in sight. Does that change what's possible artistically, or does it simply mean more time to perfect technique without necessarily changing the fundamental nature of artistic expression? The accumulation of wealth is both easier and more complicated for vampires than for humans. Easier because time and compound interest do most of the work. Modest investments made decades ago grow into substantial fortunes through nothing more than patience. The Cullens are wealthy, having accumulated resources across Carlisle's centuries of existence. They own property, have investments, can afford any material comfort they desire. But wealth creation is also complicated by the need to hide vampire nature, to explain the source of funds in ways that don't draw attention, to manage assets across the frequent moves that vampire existence requires. Vampires must also navigate the evolution of human economic systems across their existence. A vampire transformed in the medieval period would have started with understanding of feudal economics, barter systems, precious metals as currency. Over centuries, they'd witnessed the development of banking, paper currency, stock markets, digital finance. Each transformation requires adaptation, learning new systems, understanding new mechanisms of wealth creation and management. The alternative is being left behind, becoming economically irrelevant in a changing world. The question of vampire interaction with human society has evolved dramatically across history. In ancient times, when the Romanian coven ruled openly and vampires were less concerned with secrecy, integration was unnecessary. Vampires lived as themselves, sometimes posing as gods or demons, sometimes simply as powerful beings who demanded tribute and fear. The Volturi's rise and their enforcement of the secrecy law changed everything, requiring vampires to hide their nature, to move through human society without revealing what they were. Modern vampires like the Cullens have developed sophisticated methods of integration. They create identities, complete with birth certificates and social security numbers and school records. They pose as families, with Carlisle and Esme as parents and the others as adopted siblings. They attend school repeatedly, enduring the monotony of high school classes they've taken dozens of times, because the social integration that school provides helps them maintain their human facade. They interact with humans carefully, forming shallow friendships that can't survive revelation of their nature, always holding back the truth of what they are. This integration requires constant performance. Vampires must remember to breathe around humans, even though they don't need oxygen, because humans instinctively notice when someone isn't breathing. They must pretend to eat, moving food around plates, taking small bites they'll regurgitate later. They must moderate their strength, avoiding any display that would reveal their supernatural power. They must control their reactions to human blood, maintaining composure even when the scent calls powerfully to their thirst. The effort of passing as human is exhausting in its own way, a constant exercise in restraint and deception. Vampire humor develops partly as coping mechanism for this exhausting performance. The Cullens joke about being vegetarian, applying a term that technically makes no sense to their choice to drink animal blood instead of human blood. They're still drinking blood, still killing living creatures, but the term acknowledges the absurdity of their position, while also marking the distinction that matters to them. They're not killing people. Edward makes dark jokes about his nature as a predator, about the danger he poses to Bella. The humor serves to process the reality of what they are, to find levity in circumstances that could otherwise be overwhelmingly dark. But vampire humor can also be cruel, reflecting the fundamental difference in perspective between immortals and mortals. Caius of the Volturi finds human suffering amusing, views human lives as so brief and insignificant that their deaths are comedic rather than tragic. This cruelty isn't sadism in the human sense. Caius isn't inflicting suffering for the specific pleasure of causing pain. He simply doesn't value human life, sees humans as prey, and their struggles as no more meaningful than a mouse fleeing from a cat. The humor is detachment, the inability to relate to human experience as something that matters. The relationships vampires form with each other operate under different rules than human relationships. Vampire friendships can span centuries, enduring across time periods that would see multiple generations of human friends live and die. Alice and Jasper have been together for over 70 years, a relationship length that would be extraordinary for humans, but is relatively brief by vampire standards. Carlyle has known Marcus for over 300 years, has witnessed the other vampires' descent into depression across centuries, maintains their friendship despite the vast changes both have undergone. But these long relationships also carry the weight of perfect memory. Vampires don't forget slights, don't have the mercy of fading memories that allows humans to move past conflicts. Every betrayal, every disappointment, every moment of pain remains as fresh as the day it occurred. This makes vampire relationships potentially more fragile. In some ways, there's no forgetting and forgiving through simple passage of time. Reconciliation requires genuine resolution rather than the natural dulling of grievance that time provides for humans. Vampire culture includes its own traditions and rituals, though these are less formalized than human cultural practices. The Cullens celebrate human holidays, partly to maintain their human facade, and partly because these celebrations provide structure and meaning. They exchange gifts at Christmas, gather for Thanksgiving, mark the passage of time through human calendars, even though time means something different to them. These celebrations are choices rather than cultural requirements, ways of creating normalcy and connection in lives that are fundamentally abnormal. The question of vampire religion and spirituality is complex and individual. Carlyle believes in God, believes his soul survived transformation, believes he will face judgment for his actions in some afterlife. This faith shapes his entire existence, drives his commitment to the vegetarian lifestyle, provides the moral framework that guides his choices. But many vampires are atheists or agnostics, unable to reconcile belief in a benevolent deity with their own existence as predatory creatures. If God exists and is good, why would he create or allow vampires? The question has no easy answer. Some vampires view their existence as evidence of the supernatural, as proof that reality includes more than materialist explanations allow. They've died and been reborn as something impossible by natural law. They possess abilities that seem to violate physics. They exist as violations of biological rules, neither alive nor dead, but something in between. This experience of being supernatural creatures makes some vampires more open to other supernatural explanations, more willing to believe in souls and afterlives and cosmic purpose. Others draw the opposite conclusion. If they exist despite being impossible, perhaps impossibility is more common than humans believe, requiring supernatural explanation less than materialist science simply hasn't discovered yet. The perfect memory that vampires possess creates unique psychological challenges. Every moment after transformation is preserved with perfect clarity, accessible whenever the vampire chooses to remember it. Beautiful moments remain vivid forever. Carlyle can recall his first meeting with Esme with the same clarity as if it happened yesterday, even though it occurred over a century ago. But trauma remains equally vivid. Edward remembers every person he killed during his rebellious period with perfect clarity, can recall their faces, their final thoughts, their deaths in detail that never fades. The weight of these memories accumulates across centuries, creating psychological burdens that would crush humans, but that vampires must simply endure. Some vampires cope with this burden through compartmentalization, choosing not to dwell on painful memories even though those memories remain accessible. Others engage with their past constantly, processing and reprocessing experiences, finding new meaning in events across centuries of reflection. Still others seek destruction, partly to escape the weight of memory, to end the endless accumulation of experiences both beautiful and terrible. Marcus of the Volturi represents this last category, a vampire so burdened by memory and loss that he continues existing only because he cannot achieve death. The question of whether vampires have souls is debated among vampires themselves. Carlyle believes firmly that they do, that consciousness and moral capacity indicate a soul's presence, regardless of the body it inhabits. Edward doubted this for much of his existence, viewing himself as damned and soulless, though his love for Bella and his commitment to moral behavior suggest he possesses whatever qualities define a soul. Rosalie believes she lost her soul in transformation, that becoming a vampire meant losing her humanity in the most fundamental sense. These different beliefs shape how vampires relate to their existence and the choices they make within it. Human interactions with vampires, when they occur with knowledge of vampire nature, reveal interesting dynamics. Bella Swan's acceptance of Edward, despite knowing what he is, challenges vampire assumptions about human reactions to them. Most vampires assume humans would react with fear and revulsion if they knew the truth, would view vampires as monsters, regardless of their choices or behavior. Bella's willingness to love Edward, to choose him despite understanding the danger he poses, suggests humans are capable of seeing beyond vampire nature to the person within. But Bella's reaction might not be typical. She was drawn to Edward partly because of his vampire nature, fascinated by the danger and the supernatural. Other humans might react differently, might be unable to see past the predator to the person. The Cullens avoid testing this question, maintaining their secrecy carefully, never revealing their nature to humans who will survive the knowledge. The risk of exposure is too great, the consequences too severe to experiment with human acceptance. The intersection of vampire and human history creates layers of perspective and experience that only vampires can possess. Carlyle has lived through the English Civil War, the Enlightenment, the Industrial Revolution, 2 world wars, the development of modern medicine, the digital age. He's witnessed human society transform repeatedly, has seen ideas rise and fall, has observed patterns across centuries that humans studying history can only read about. This historical perspective gives vampires unique insight into human nature and society, understanding gained through direct experience rather than academic study. But this perspective can also create detachment. When you've seen empires rise and fall, when you've witnessed multiple generations of humans live and die, individual human lives can seem less significant. The urgency that drives human behavior, the sense that each life matters desperately because it's brief, becomes harder to maintain when you've watched thousands of lives play out across centuries. Some vampires, like Carlyle, fight against this detachment, working to maintain empathy and connection, despite their different relationship with time. Others, like Caius, embrace the detachment, viewing their immortal perspective as evidence of their superiority over ephemeral humans. Vampire society, to the extent it exists, is less organized than human society. There are no vampire nations, no democratic institutions, no collective governance beyond the Volturi's enforcement of basic laws. Vampires are too solitary by nature, too competitive, too driven by individual thirst and desire to create the kind of cooperative structures that human civilization requires. The covens that exist are small, usually based on creator-creation bonds or mate bonds, rarely exceeding a dozen members. Large gatherings of vampires are rare and often dangerous, as territorial instincts and competition for resources create conflict. The Volturi represent the closest thing to vampire government, but their authority is based on power rather than consent of the governed. They enforce laws because they have the strength to destroy those who break them, not because vampires have agreed to be governed. Other vampires submit to Volturi authority out of pragmatism and fear rather than belief in the legitimacy of that authority. If a coven or alliance of covens became powerful enough to challenge the Volturi, the entire structure of vampire society could shift. The confrontation between the Cullens and the Volturi demonstrated this possibility, showing that Volturi authority is conditional rather than absolute. The future of vampire culture and society remains uncertain. The modern era, with its surveillance technology and global communication, makes traditional vampire existence more difficult. Maintaining secrecy requires more sophistication, more careful management of identity and presence. The Cullens' method of moving every few years, before their lack of aging becomes obvious, works in the early 21st century. But what happens as facial recognition technology becomes ubiquitous, as databases track people across decades, as the digital footprint of existence becomes harder to erase and reinvent? Will vampires adapt, finding new methods of hiding? Will they retreat from human society, isolating themselves in remote areas? Or will the secrecy law eventually become unsustainable, forcing vampires to reveal themselves or face discovery? Some vampires believe eventual revelation is inevitable, that human technology will eventually make hiding impossible. Others believe vampires will always stay ahead, that their superior intelligence and resources will allow them to manipulate human systems indefinitely. Still, others think the question is irrelevant. If vampires are revealed, they'll simply dominate through superior power, establishing themselves openly as a superior species. The debate has no resolution, because the future is unknowable, even to Alice, whose visions show only possibilities rather than certainties. What remains clear is that vampire existence, despite immortality and power, is not simple or easy. The challenges are different from human challenges, but no less real. Vampires must manage eternal thirst, must fill endless time with meaning, must navigate relationships that span centuries, must carry perfect memory of every joy and trauma, must hide their nature while living among humans, or accept isolation from human society. They must choose what kind of immortals they want to be, what values they'll maintain across centuries, what purpose they'll find in existence that has no natural endpoint. These are not problems that power or immortality solve. They are the unique burdens of vampire existence, the price paid for escaping death. The world of vampires that Stephenie Meyer created is intricate, layered, built on rules that feel both logical and magical. These are not simple monsters lurking in shadows, not mindless predators driven only by bloodlust. They are people, frozen at the moment of transformation, carrying their human personalities and values into immortal existence. They form families, fall in love, struggle with morality, choose between their nature and their conscience. They possess gifts that defy explanation, develop cultures that span millennia, navigate relationships that endure across centuries. The Cullens demonstrate that vampires can choose compassion despite being designed as predators. The Volturi prove that power without accountability becomes tyranny. The Denali Coven shows how tragedy can drive change. Hybrids like Renesmee reveal that even rules believed absolute can be broken. This hidden civilization exists alongside humanity, predator and prey occupying the same world, separated by secrecy and fundamental differences in nature. Vampires are frozen in time yet constantly adapting, immortal yet vulnerable, powerful yet burdened by endless existence. They are monsters who can choose to be more than monstrous, creatures of darkness who can seek light, predators capable of genuine love. In the shadows, in the forests, in cities around the world, they continue their eternal existence, carrying forward the complexity, the beauty, and the burden of being vampire.